So it's time for me to open this hearing. First of all, can I make sure everybody can hear what I'm saying? Yep. Excellent. A bit up, a bit more. Okay. Is that better? Yeah? Okay. Thank you. Another thing, can I make sure that people's mobile phones are turned off or put to silent? And in the event of a fire, I guess we just run out the way we came in, do we? Yeah. Yeah, sure. Sorry. Is that better? Oh, is it not? Ah. Yeah, I mean, certainly you can shuffle forward a bit, and I can speak a bit louder. I see. I can hear myself fine because it's coming out the microphone here, but there's no other speakers anywhere. Oh, I see. Oh, right. Okay. Well, we'll try and speak a bit louder, but if you are struggling, you can just shuffle your chairs forward a bit, really. I mean, that seems to be maybe the straightforward answer. Okay, is that better? Okay, good. Okay, well, the next point I was going to raise was the fire access, which is obviously very important. But I guess we just leave the way that we came in, or there's a door there as well. Good. Okay, well, my name is Mr. Owen. I'm the inspector appointed by the Secretary of State to conduct this hearing and determine the appeal, which is by Stonebond Properties, Seven Oaks in brackets Limited, and Akehurst Homes Limited. And the appeal results from the refusal of planning permission by Weald District Council for a phased development comprising the construction of 50 dwellings, including 3 custom-build, self-build plots, access, parking, landscaping, and ancillary works. And that's at land north of Budlett's Lane in 5 Ashdown. The hearing today will be a structured discussion which I shall lead based on the agenda. Have people seen the agenda? I have some more copies here if anybody needs them. Nope. Okay, good. But before we get on to that, there's a few formalities I need to go through. First of all, those who wish to speak. So if I can come to the appellants first, and who would like to speak?
Good morning, sir. My name is Mr. Hashi Mohammed of Council. We are going to produce a written list of speakers with their qualifications to assist your decision-making later on today. But principally, the people who you will be hearing from to my immediate right is Mr. Paul Lulham, who's the Highways Director at DHA Planning, whose evidence you will have seen before you. To his immediate right is Paul Martin, who is a road safety consultant and whose evidence also informed the material that was produced by Mr. Lulham. And to Mr. Martin's right is Mark Busey, who's the planning director at DHA Planning, who's also given a great deal of evidence, materials, and that's before you as well. Now, beyond that list of people on this row, I don't anticipate they will be speaking, but they represent part of the team that we are, including the clients, in case something comes up that you might have in relation to that. But that's principally the people who we are looking to speak to.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And for the council?
Good morning, sir. I'm Stacey Robbins. I'm the Head of Planning and Environmental Services at Weald District Council. And to my left is Mrs. Kirsten Roberts, who's a Senior Planning Officer in our Strategic Sites and Major Applications team and was the case officer for the subject appeal. To her left is Miss Cal Cambo, Kalkamboh, who is the Principal Development Control Officer at East Sussex County Council, who are the Highway Authority. And then to her left is Victoria Bartholomew, who is a Principal Road Safety Auditor, also with the Highway Authority at East Sussex County Council.
And so is it Miss or Mrs. or Mrs.? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, is there anybody else who would like to speak? Yes, sir. Okay, I'll go that way. I'll start with you. Okay. Sorry, can you say that again? Michael Scanlon. Yep. And you're a local resident? Okay. Yes, who else had their hand up? Yes. Okay. Okay. Yes?
Thanks, sir. Mr. Matt Mary, M-A-R, I'm the resident.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir? Yeah. Yes? Yeah.
My name is Chris Farrow, that's spelled as in town, and I'm local resident as well.
Okay. Okay. Well, if there is anybody else who wants to speak, that's fine. You're not precluded from doing so. Just put your hand up and I'll make a note of your name. What I would say to the local residents is that if somebody has made a point that you want to make, I don't need to hear it from you as well. So I don't need to hear the same point being made multiple times. But don't let me stop you saying what you want to say if somebody hasn't already said it. Okay, thank you very much. In terms of whether we're being filmed or recorded, are we being live streamed?
So yes, we are being live web streamed.
Okay.
That setup is in accordance with the Inspectorate's guidance and minimum requirements. It is only one way, so there is nobody seeking to address you today via that route, so it's just recording. Audio is activated by the microphones and by turning them on. So if you forget to do that, then the web stream will not pick up the audio.
Okay.
We hold those recordings for a minimum of 6 months and then dispose of them accordingly in terms of our data retention policy.
Okay, fine. I'm guessing then that those online won't necessarily hear the neighbours unless they're sat at that table.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. All right then, well, we'll see how we go, but it might be that when you do want to speak, you'll have to come and sit by the table and turn the microphone on so that the millions of people watching online can hear you. Okay, fine. Moving on, in terms of the notification letters, I've seen the letters notifying the public of today's hearing, so that all seems in order. I've read copies of all the letters from the neighbours to the appeal and to the application, and I will, of course, take those into account in my decision. So if I can just run through some of the plans and policies then that are relevant. The policies referred to in the reasons for refusal were policies EN1, EN2, TR3, TR13 and CS1 of the 1998 local plan, and then WCS7 and WCS14 of the 2013 core strategy, and also objectives SPO7 and SPO15 of that core strategy. I think that's correct. Yeah. Good. In terms of the drawings, there is a very long list of plans, which I will have to go through. And I'll have to do that because my eyes aren't good enough. So first of all, in terms of the site location plan, I did have a query about this towards the end of last week, but I think we've sorted that out now. So the actual drawing number for the site location plan is 30355A_10 revision B, even though I think the actual electronic file name was different, but I think that's the number on the actual drawing. All the other drawings start with 30371A, and they are like this. 100 revision Z14, which is a site layout plan. 110 revision B, which is a coloured site layout plan. 160 revision H, which is a public space plan. 75 revision I, 82 revision A, 76 revision K, 77 revision I, 78 revision I, 79 revision J, and 80 revision J. I'm taking these from the Statement of Common Ground, so hopefully it's all fine. Then there's some sections: 240.1 revision F, 240.2 revision G, 240.3 revision H, 240.4 revision G, 240.5 revision H. Then there's some phasing plans, which are 81.1A and 81A. Then we have the actual drawings for the house types, which will go on for some time, but I do need to go through them. So we have 200.0 revision A, 200.1 revision A, 200.2 revision A, 200.3 revision A, 200.4 revision A, 200.5 revision A, 201.0 revision A, 201.1 revision A, 202.0 revision A, 202.1 revision A, 203.0 revision A, 203.1 revision A, 204.0 revision A, 204.1 revision A, 205.0 revision B, 205.1 revision B, 205.2 revision B, 205.3 revision B, 206.0 revision B, 206.1 revision A, 207.0 revision B, 207.1 revision B, 207.2 revision A, 207.3 revision A, 207.4 revision A, 207.5 revision A, 207.6 revision A, 207.7 revision A, 207.8 revision A, 207.9 revision A, 208.0 revision A, 208.1 revision E. Interesting. 208.2 revision A, 208.3 revision A, 208.4 revision A, 208.5 revision A, 209.0 revision A, 209.1 revision A, 209.2 revision A, 209.3 revision A, 210.0 revision A, 210.1 revision A, 210.2 revision A, 210.3 revision A, 210.4 revision A, 210.5 revision A, 280.0 revision A, 280.1 revision A, 280.1 revision B, and then I think there's just two landscape master plans, which are 1629/001 revision O and 1629/003 revision H. Are we all agreed on that? Excellent. Good. Fine. So, policies and plans. I hope there's no other evidence that anybody wants to submit, but if there is anything, please tell me now.
There is no evidence to submit today, but I think that this week, or possibly the back end of last week, there was a an appeal decision that we had submitted
Yes.
on the Isle of Wight.
Yep.
And I think the council submitted something earlier this week. We're more than happy for you to take them both into account. No prejudice on our side.
Okay.
But I don't know if you've seen the council's one.
I haven't seen the council's. I certainly have seen the Isle of Wight decision.
Yeah, I think the council had put in something earlier this week on a site that they wish to rely upon
Oh, right.
as part of their case. We can respond to it, and we
Okay.
don't have a problem with you seeing it.
Okay.
But we've seen it, and we're not. It's an appeal decision in the public domain.
Okay.
They can explain why it's relevant, and we can respond to it.
Yeah, okay. Oh.
It was on.
Oh, was it?
I literally just turned it on.
Okay. No,
I submitted the appeal to Gemma yesterday.
Oh, okay.
So you may not have received it.
no, I think she wasn't in yesterday. Okay. All right. Okay. I'll add that. Yeah.
We can discuss it later on, but
Yeah.
we're happy for you to take it into account.
Okay. All right then. Okay. Fine.
The red light's not working. Is this the mic not working?
Okay, thank you. Moving on then, conditions. We will have to have a discussion about conditions towards the end of the sessions today. Now, this doesn't mean I've made my mind up on the case, and it certainly doesn't prejudice the council's position. But obviously, if I were to allow the appeal, then I would need to know what conditions to apply to it. I haven't seen any applications for costs, and I'm not particularly inviting any, but if they are to be done, or if they are to be made, they should be done before we leave the room today. In terms of the site visit, I have already been past the site. I've driven up Budlett's Lane and I've walked up Millwood Lane, and I've walked down the bridleway as well. So I've got a good understanding of the site, but I will need to make a formal site visit later on today. At this stage, it's probably sufficient to close the hearing in the room, and so the site visit will be just for me to see the site. I suspect it's probably possible I could do that unaccompanied, but I'll see how we go. So I'm sort of not too fussed, but I just don't want to drag everybody along for nothing.
I mean, depending on what the council thinks, but we think you are more than capable of understanding it on your own.
Okay.
So it depends on what the council thinks.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it, but it is possible, I think. And it seems I can get onto the site as well. There were sort of informal paths that go through it. So. Okay, fine. Okay, well, in terms of timings, we'll take a break mid-morning and then for lunch and mid-afternoon. It's my intention to finish here before 5. I suspect we won't be here much beyond the afternoon, to be honest. But yes, we'll be finishing at 5 if all else fails. Right. The main issues are as set out on the agenda. It's essentially one main issue split up into the 3 sort of different locations. As we go through the issue, I'll invite contributions from one side and the other, and of course from any other parties as well. If you want to make a point, then please let me know, or if we're moved on before you've said all you want to say, again, please let me know. I would ask that all questions are directed at or through me, although I don't mind a little bit of discussion across the room on technical matters, if it helps the flow of the event. What I would ask, though, is that you don't talk over each other, because then it makes it very difficult for me to keep a record of what's being said. I have read all the statements, so there's no need to repeat anything, but please draw my attention to something specific if you want me to. Right, any questions on anything so far? Yes.
It's at the risk of trampling over your agenda, and you'll tell me if this is out of order. But I'm just conscious that we have several members of the public here, and I think some have seen the agenda, maybe others haven't. You'll be aware from all of the representations that local residents probably wish to address you on other matters than those very narrow ones which are defined between the main parties.
Yeah.
So I wonder if there is an opportunity for local residents to address you on those other points. Just a suggestion, otherwise they may feel shortchanged, dare I say it, but I'll simply make that point.
Yeah, no, it's a fair point. I mean, we certainly wouldn't finish until everybody's said what they want to say, but I can see the point that if you want to tell me about things that aren't part of the main issues, you could be sat here for a while before you get to say anything. What does the appellant think?
I agree with Mr. Robbins that obviously members of the public want to address you on all of these points. Just two things from my perspective. One is that I think you have clearly defined the main issues, and I think we should try and focus the hearing on that basis. But you do have a section that says other matters in your agenda. So I suppose that has specifically dealt with the issues of surface water and biodiversity. But I would have thought that potentially a more fruitful and or efficient way of doing it is to allow for members of the public to just take the floor and say what they want to say at the beginning, and then we can move on to your main issues list, or you could go through the main issues list and come back to them. I'm easy about how you do that.
Okay.
The only second caveat I have, though, is just through you to make clear that this is still a formal event, and it isn't a sort of a public meeting or a public forum that you can sort of take the floor to say everything and everything. But other than that, we're confident that anything that comes up that isn't on the main issues and or is on the main issues, we've addressed it in the written materials already anyway, so we can hopefully pick that up. But I'm entirely in your hands, but I agree with Mr. Robbins's point.
Yeah, okay. All right then, how about this? There's a couple of preliminary matters I just want to run through before we move on to the main issues. But I think it's probably a good idea if there are aspects that members of the public want to raise that aren't related to the main issue, or so aren't related to the sort of the pedestrian links to the site, then maybe it would be good to get those out of the way now. Or sooner rather than later, and then you are free to go. Welcome to stay if you like, but it does mean that you get the chance to say what you want to say without having to wait around for a couple of hours. So be happy to do that? Yeah. Okay. All right, then in which case then I'll just deal with these, a couple of preliminary matters, then I'll come to the members of the public for any comments, as I say, beyond those set out in the main issues. Okay. Right. So the only things I wanted to raise in the preliminary matters. One was the recent appeal decisions, so maybe we'll do that first. So there was the appeal decision from the Isle of Wight, which the appellant sort of introduced, as we said, maybe didn't do it last week. I just wondered what the relevance of that was, really.
I'll pass you on to Mr. Lulham, who's sitting to my right, just to explain to you what he thinks. He'd already prepared a note to address you on later on, but he can deal with it now.
Yep, thank you, sir.
Bring that a bit closer so that people can hear.
Yeah, will do. So that was a allowed appeal on the Isle of Wight for 14 dwellings, so acknowledge the scale is lower than this case. However, in that case, pedestrians were required to walk along a considerably busier road, circa 2,700 two-way movements per day by motorised traffic, with higher average traffic speeds. The 85th percentile speeds in that case were 30 miles an hour, for some 800 metres before reaching the nearest paved footway. Obviously contrast that to this case without going into too much detail of our case under the main issues. In this case, the length of the lane without footway would be nearer 50 metres. The two-way flow is circa 300 to 400 vehicles per day, and the 85th percentile speeds recorded across a number of surveys are between 20 and 24 miles an hour, with no existing crash record. And just, I think the key paragraph to pull out from that decision, sir, is paragraph 49 in terms of how the inspector measured up, weighed up the highway safety issue against the relevant aspects of the planning policy framework.
And just the final sentence to add to that, of course, this is not binding on you. You can reach your own judgment. Just for the benefit of the members of the public, we're not putting this forward to say this is what happened here, that you must do this. It's just a kind of an illustration of us trying to compare that. Your decision is going to be yours.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, so the council have also submitted an appeal decision, and this is in South Oxfordshire. So again, the same question really, the relevance of this.
Thank you, sir. So this is a planning application which was dismissed at appeal for the proposal of 25 dwellings on the edge of a rural settlement. It's from a private road, but with the same characteristics as this particular site we're looking at today. And the inspector dismissed it on the grounds that there was not a suitable route for pedestrians and cyclists. Also, there was a distance to bus stops similar to this particular case we're looking at today. So there are a number of parallels which we invite you to consider, to look at, given the case we're looking at today.
Okay. And did you have any comments on the Isle of Wight decision?
Yes, there was some highway improvements proposed or support, which were secured within that application, including a bus stop pretty much on its doorstep and a section of footway, which provided improvements to. So there was scope to provide improvements and sustainability credentials to that site. Thank you.
Okay, and again, any comments on the South Oxfordshire decision from the appellant?
Yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah, as Ms. Cambo has said, that proposal involved a privately maintainable lane. In fact, my understanding is part of the lane was actually unmetalled. And there were a number of references in that decision to the poorly maintained nature of the lane and the impact that would have on non-motorised users. The site in question would also derive direct access, vehicular access onto the lane, which is a distinct difference to this case. So would have materially increased vehicular use of the lane. The walking distance without a paved footway in that case was considerably more as well. Again, in this case, the residual distance without a paved footway would be 50 metres. In that case, I think it's some 800 metres to certainly one of the nearest primary schools to the west that would be substantially without footway infrastructure. Yeah, I think I'll leave it there, sir.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. Any more on those appeal decisions? No? Okay. The other preliminary matter then, I just wanted to clarify some amended plans. Now, these weren't plans on that huge list I mentioned before. They are sort of plans that were part of the highways evidence. And I think they came in with the appeal. And these are those that are relating to, to the three aspects really, I suppose. They're relating to the Millwood Lane potential virtual footway, the proposed improvements to the sort of A272 London Road roundabout junction, and then and the relocated bus stop. And then there are the details of the vehicle access from Budlett's Lane into the site. These were submitted with the appeal. I'm led to believe that both parties are happy that these are for me to consider. I think it was in the statement of common ground that both parties are happy that I base my decision on these.
Can I just check the reference ones that you've got there?
So it is H02 revision P10, H03 revision P13, and H04 revision P5.
Yeah, I think those are right, and we agree, and it is in the statement of common ground, and I also took the opportunity to discuss it with Mr. Robbins this morning, and he can, he can speak for himself, but I think there is no prejudice on the part of the council for you to do that and to decide it on that basis.
Yeah, okay. Agreed.
That is correct, sir. But I feel I just need a short explanation. I can see some wrinkled brows from members of the public sitting in the gallery. So just by way of very short explanation with your indulgence, sir.
Yeah.
All that has happened is there's been a response to the technical drawings that were included within the planning application. So there is no material change to the scheme as considered at the application stage. It's an attempt at narrowing points and explanatory material of a very technical nature. So I just wanted to put that on the record, sir, so there was no ambiguity.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you very much. In which case, I had nothing else under preliminary matters, and unless anybody else has, then we can move on. So I think what we will do now is give members of the public a chance to raise anything they want to, aside from the transport issues, the works to the roads and things like that. So, Mr. Scandon, you had your hand up first. Do you want to kick off? Yeah, you might as well. If you can sit there and press the button and speak to the world.
So my name is Michael Scanlon. I'm a local resident. I'm also a geophysicist. I worked for many years developing numerical models to predict the flow of fluids in porous media, for which we won the Queen's Award for Industry. So I have some expertise around drainage, and that's really what I want to talk about. It is one of the other matters. So just to put in context, I think we need to look at the geology in this area, because we seem to be very focused on the surface, and the geology has a
Sorry,
significant
can I just pause you
impact.
there? There's a man waving behind you.
Put the microphone down a bit towards it, we can't hear it.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah, so I want to spend just a moment just to put some geological context. So we're in the Weald Hall, Weald and District Council. The Weald is the area that we're in. It refers to the geology, the anticline, which is the Weald anticline, which is interbedded layers of sandstone and clay, which were then pushed up and eroded, so that in the landscape we have today, we have sandstone outcrops and clay basins. Now, you don't need to be a geologist to identify the sandstone outcrops, because it's historically where people have built their houses. And the reason they've built their houses on the sandstone is because sandstone has porosity, it has strength, and it has structural integrity. What that means is that it will absorb water and it will drain. Clay, on the other hand, does not have porosity or permeability, and it doesn't have a lot of structural integrity. It doesn't drain. This site is a clay basin. It's bounded to the north by the sandstone outcrops at 5 Ashdown. It's bounded to the south by the sandstone outcrops on the London Road, which are clearly visible in the cuttings on the A272. To the east, you have Eagle Rock, and to the west, you have the large outcrops at Maresfield. So in the original appeal, or the original plan, there's reference to an infiltration test where water was injected into this clay. It was inconclusive. The reason it was inconclusive is because there is no permeability in the clay. It's very poor. So the water was injected in. What it effectively did was frack through to the embankment on 272, which caused the road to flood. Now, it's unsurprising that the road flooded, because the drainage system that is going to serve this site is actually compromised. The drain runs down the A272 Budlett's Lane. It joins the London Road. At that junction, it's frequently flooded. The drain then runs across to the Budlett's roundabout, where it floods the entrance to the bridle path. It floods on the Budlett's roundabout. It then goes north to the Mill Pond depot, where it floods at the entrance. The drain then runs under the A26 and is discharged untreated into the Shortbridge stream. So the clue to why this system doesn't work very well is in the names. Budlett's Lane, Budlett's Common, Budlett's Roundabout. Budlett's is an ancient Saxon word for wetland. The other clue is in the Mill Pond depot where the salt barn is. Until about 50, 60 years ago, the Mill Pond was a large body of water. It was drained to build the roundabout, the Budlett's roundabout, and to build the A26. So all the water that came down the Shortbridge stream and all the sediment that was deposited in this large body of water was drained away and concentrated into a new road drainage system. That road drainage system is now silted up. The Shortbridge stream is completely silted up. There's about 10% of the outflow pipe which is visible. The problem is that it's now extremely expensive to go on an annual basis, which is what's required, and dredge that outflow. So what the council has been able to do is they've been able to address the symptom in the drainage, which is to clear the gullies. That's a temporary solution. And what happens is whenever there's heavy rain, it floods and it backs up the silt and that actually flows out of there. And this is the drainage system that this site will use. Now today, even though this site is a clay basin with no permeability and therefore it will flash flood under heavy rain, it's also a deciduous woodland. So in the last 60 years, it's become a very well-established woodland with a lot of undergrowth. What that means is that in heavy rain, even though the water can't drain, it's held by the undergrowth and the tree roots absorb it. If you cut down all those trees and you pave this over, you will actually cause a huge amount of additional flooding into a system which cannot cope today. Now on the plans, this is mitigated by having what's called SUDs, so arbitrarily placed collection ponds to catch this floodwater. The reality is today, this whole site is a SUD. It's a natural drainage baffle. If you cut all that away, the realistic size of a catchment pond that you will need will take up most of the site to actually have any effect, which sort of defeats the object of building the houses there. So that's the first point. Paving over this place is just going to cause a real problem with flooding in the vicinity. The second aspect is, as you walked up that bridle path, you may have noticed that even today and yesterday when I walked it, we haven't had rain, heavy rain, for weeks. And there are 2 puddles on that bridle path, 2 muddy puddles. And if you look closely, you can see water coming out of it. If you drive down the A272 Budlett's Lane, halfway up this site, you'll see water coming out of the embankment and running down the top of the road. This is because there are groundwater springs running right the way across this basin. And that's quite normal. You would expect that from a hydrological standpoint. If you pave over those groundwater sources, that water has to go somewhere. It's going to go underneath the foundations. It's probably going to go up into the houses. It's going to raise the local water level, which will lift any structure that you have there. It'll break up any pavements and it'll break up the roads. And pretty soon, that development will be a pretty miserable place to live. So paving over these natural springs is not a great idea. The final point is that when I look at this plan, what I actually see is 100 toilets. A plan to put in 100 toilets and 50 baths, 50 basins, 50 showers. So we're going to take an impermeable clay basin, we're going to seal it, and we're then going to pump water into it. We're then going to take that water, which is then used in the toilets, and it's got to be treated somehow. So at the moment, there is no sewage system in the vicinity, right? If you need to go to a sewage system, you're going to have to collect it and you're going to have to pump it. And the nearest sewer is already oversubscribed, so it hasn't got capacity. So the plan now is to put in a sewage treatment plant. The infiltration test demonstrated that you can't put a soakaway in here, so you've got to put your sewage treatment plant close to running water. So to the northwest of this site, there is some running water. There's a little stream, which is why that sewage treatment plant has been planned to be put there. And in the plan, it says that it will be managed by some to-be-determined management company. Now, unfortunately, where that discharge goes into that stream also runs to the entrance to the Mill Pond Depot and goes into the already compromised drainage system. So what will happen is, under heavy rain, as that system floods, it will back up. And eventually what you're going to do is you're going to overtop that sewage treatment plant, and that sewage is going to end up either flowing across the surface and eventually back into the road drains, or will overtop into that stream and then go into the Shortbridge stream through that road drainage system. Now, the Shortbridge stream feeds the River Ouse. It's actually one of the few rivers in the country that has legal rights. So whichever management team is going to be managing this sewage treatment plant needs to make sure that they've got pretty good insurance. So I guess I just really want to highlight the point that for many years people have understood that they should build. They know they had to build on the sandstone outcrops. They've tried to avoid clay basins wherever possible for all these reasons. We seem to be forgetting that at the moment in this rush to identify any space that hasn't got a building on it. So for all the reasons that have already been cited, not least the fact that this is a deciduous woodland, it makes no sense to put high-density, semi-urban style developments into this site.
Okay.
So I just wanted to make that point.
Yep, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. On that point, I mean, there was something I raised, I think, beginning of this week, because in the council's officer report, the local drainage officer, I think it was, did object to the development, and I didn't know how that had been addressed, really. Maybe I'll come to the council first.
We explained, and I think so did the appellant, that unfortunately Mr. Keane passed away during the process of the application.
Right.
So he was unable to respond to the amendments that the appellant later made with the scheme, which they did in conjunction, I understand, with the lead local flood authority. And the agreement was then, or the LLFA's objection was then lifted based on that. So we never received a response from Mr. Keane because
No, understandably. Okay.
he wasn't available.
No. Okay. So then you sort of went to the LLFA and they were content that the drainage scheme was sufficient?
We consult them anyway.
Yes.
But we then relied on their expertise to help us determine the situation.
Okay.
And they applied conditions accordingly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just highlight for you, it's condition 12 of the latest conditions. I don't know if you've got that in front of you, but the latest 30-odd conditions is condition 12 that deals with the need for a drainage system that will be suitable. And I don't know whether
Yes.
you've had a chance to see that.
Yeah.
Do you want to add anything else, Mark?
Okay. Okay, thank you. We've covered drainage. Any other issues that any members of the public wanted to raise? Yes, you had your hand up first. Do you want to come forward?
Good morning. My name is David Bish. I'm a Chartered Building Surveyor and a Fellow of the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors. I've lived in 1 Millwood Close for the last 14 years, directly opposite the proposed pedestrian access and egress from the site. I'd like to raise a few general matters, possibly preempting the things to be discussed today, but I will go through them anyway. If we look at the pedestrian access, which is to be discussed shortly, the application was refused by the Highways section for pedestrian safety concerns. The applicant is seeking to address these concerns by providing a 1.2 metre footpath for 19 metres, which will encroach into Millwood Lane at its narrowest section. This section also approaches the A272, an unrestricted national speed limit, and Court Lane, which serves the village of Five Ashdown.
Can I just pause you there? Because we're obviously going to come on to the highways bits later on. So I'd like to try and deal with those things separately in a moment.
Okay.
So is there other non-sort of access points that you wanted to raise?
Well, I've got some general things on road traffic, cycle infrastructure.
Okay, well, anything road traffic-y we'll deal with in due course.
If we move on to other matters then, on other objections that were raised during the application, the Weald Council Tree and Landscape Officer had objection in respect of the TPO, the fact that the site shows a number or significant number of semi-mature trees over 50. These have an estimated lifespan of at least 20 years, and it would probably be much longer. The countryside officer raised an objection in respect of the overdevelopment of a greenfield site. It's out of keeping with the low density of the neighbouring properties in Five Ashdown. It was outside the main village development area. Its distance from Buxted village and Uckfield town would create more car journeys. If we then move on to habitat destruction, the biodiversity net gain suggested by the applicants includes a proposed alternative site, which is some 8 kilometres from the development. This doesn't stop the destruction of the habitat that exists at present. And how will people visit this alternative site? They will go by vehicles, thus increasing the traffic. The existing site will provide deprivation of local amenities. The Ramblers Association of East Sussex footpaths officer objected to the site that it would obstruct the natural paths that have been developed over the course of time during the site. It would change the wooded and the natural context of the paths would exist on the site, and it would lead to a permanent loss of a precious public amenity. Finally, the applicants in their submission stated the application has revealed no recent planning history other than applications for the appeal scheme and historic applications that are associated with the previous agricultural use of the site. It is not considered that planning history of the site is relevant to this application. This statement is not correct and is willfully misleading. There have been numerous applications for the development of this site, including 1955 erection of a house, which was refused, 1967, residential development, which was refused. 1971, housing development, which was refused. 1972, residential development, which was refused. In 1973, a residential development appeal was dismissed for the site. In 1981, there was an application for residential development with access from Millwood Lane, which was refused. In 1992, there was a change of use from agriculture to a driving range, which was refused. And in 1995, there was an application for offices, storage and car parking, which was refused. And these need to be drawn to your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I think what we'll do is see if there's any other comments from the public in addition to those or raised additional points, and then I'll come to the parties for any response. So anybody want to raise anything in addition to what Mr. Bish and Mr. Scanlon have said? Yes, do you want to come forward?
Yes, sir, with respect, I would like to address you purely on the fact of highways, traffic and safety.
Okay.
But I feel it would be better to actually address you as a presentation than trying to interject between various parties at a certain time on different subjects. So you get a better understanding of where I'm coming from.
Okay.
And also to highlight, as the gentleman here has, that some of the data put forward by the appellant is not correct.
Okay. When you say presentation.
Well, I want to address you in the same way as the gentleman.
Okay. Oh yeah, but that's fine.
What I didn't want to do is just for you to talk about, saying Millwood Lane, I have to interject there, and then have to wait later to talk about a bus stop or Budlett's Lane. I just wanted to try and make it flow.
Yes.
One sort of.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think we will come on to those aspects, but certainly as the discussion's going through on those topics, I'll make sure I come to you, and if you want to sort of speak to me then we can do that. But at the minute, I just want to sort of draw a line under any sort of non-highway issues, really. So is there anything else anybody wants to raise that isn't what we've mentioned already? Yes.
Do I need to come stand there or I can loud enough voice?
It's just for people watching all around the world, that's all. Planning is, popular.
My name's Deborah Whittaker and I'm a resident. I put a phone call through to Bonners Primary School this morning just to check how they are. And they are at capacity in every year group at the moment and over capacity in one year group. They've had a slightly reduced level of applications just this 1 year. As we all know, births going up and down, but they are actually expecting to have their applications rising again. And so at the moment, there is no capacity for an influx of new children, and especially when you take into account the fact that there's a development going up on Straight Half Mile at the moment, a bunch of houses there, so there'll be more children presumably needing schooling. And that is not good for the school, it's not good for the children, and it's also bad for traffic. And I know we're not particularly talking about pedestrians, but when you've got children walking in areas with high speeds and bad provision, obviously, that's a risk, isn't it? It's a risk for children. As a resident, I only see one mother with two children who ever walks down there, because I think everybody else is too afraid. They just don't do it. That doesn't sound very safe to me.
So, sorry, Bonners School, that's the one in Maresfield, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yes. And it's the nearest school, so I assume that would be the one of choice for anybody who was to buy one of these houses. That would be their local school, where if there was a way to walk, that would be the best thing, but there isn't. Okay. So, and there won't be, from what I can see. Okay.
Okay, all right then. Any other points? You look poised, sir. Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity to address you, sir. I won't labour what's already been said.
Okay.
But I will emphasise my agreement with concerns about the road safety and the natural and the biodiversity issues that are will result of this proposal. The separate issue that I wish to raise was one around settlement coalescence. As you're very aware,
I didn't get your name. Sorry.
Sorry, Matt Leary. Surname is spelled Lima Echo Alpha Romeo Yankee. As you're very aware, a large amount of development has been done in the northern end of the Uckfield area, Five Ash Down and so forth. And my fundamental concern is that we're soon going to have Maresfield merging with Greater Uckfield, or what is now essentially Greater Uckfield. And while I can accept that existing development has already reduced some separation between these areas, this particular proposal will significantly accelerate that by creating one clear sort of bridge of conurbation. So I wanted to raise this particular concern. I also wish to contextualize it, if I may. I'm a local resident, and I have not objected to much of to all of the other sort of projects that are ongoing to bring in development. I am objecting to this particular proposal. So please do not take this as a sort of pseudo-NIMBY objection to everything. It is a focused objection.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Right, what I'll do now then is come to the parties for any response to any of those points that have been raised. If I can come to the appellant first.
I will invite Mr. Busey to say a few words in just a moment. Have you had a chance to see our rebuttal that was put in as part of our evidence dated the 4th of February, sir? I won't go through it line by line, but right at the end of it, there is a section. The red light may not be on, but the microphone is on because it's on from on here. So the microphone is on. If you want me to bring it closer to myself, that would help. But don't tell me something that I know to not be true, because I've got it right here in front of me. Now, is that better? Yeah. Thank you. There is a rebuttal document from the 4th of February. I don't know if you've seen that. Have you had a chance to see that?
So this is separate to the statement of case?
Yes, this was a document that's separate. It's dated the 4th of February, and it was essentially a rebuttal to Wealdon's and East Sussex statements of case as a final word.
Doesn't ring a bell.
We'll get a copy to you. That's not an issue. Maybe Mr. Busey can explain why that hasn't reached you.
So the appeal was for a temporary period, shall we say, downgraded to a written representations appeal, and then pushed back up to a hearing, which was our original request. The rebuttal was submitted to you in accordance with the written representations procedures during that period of time. Subsequently, the decision was made by PINS to or perhaps yourself, to push it back up to a hearing. My only thought is that may be why the rebuttal statement didn't make its way through to you, but it was certainly submitted, and we can get it across to you today, if that would assist.
At the break, I'll have a quick look to see if I can find it on the system. It doesn't. It may have been I just didn't look in the folder because I thought it was a hearing and there wouldn't be any sort of final comments anyway. Has the council seen that? You've seen it, have you? Oh, right. Oh, well, I must have seen it. Okay.
I mean, so that helps explain some of the questions that you sent to us on Friday that we then responded to, for example, on conditions, because we set out within the rebuttal our acceptance of the council's 30 conditions, subject to one comment, which I think we've relayed to you again. There was one plan referencing condition 30 that was incorrect.
Right, okay.
We can talk about that at the conditions session.
Yes, of course,
We'll speak after the break, but what I would say is that within the rebuttal at section 1.4.4, we've got a very long table that responds to third-party comments by signposting yourself to relevant parts of our submission, either within the planning statement of case, the transport statement of case, or where relevant within parts of the evidence submitted with the application. With regard to drainage, and I completely agree with Ms. Roberts' explanation earlier about the the outstanding objection from the Weald and Drainage Officer, we are content that there were no issues raised in that response that the lead local flood authority did not raise. And the principal concern was the lack of infiltration testing that we then went and did. You'll be aware that the application was in for a considerable period of time, and there were actually 3 separate responses from the lead local flood authority during the course of the application, concluding in their final no objection, which I think dates from October 2024. Okay. For obvious reasons, there would be no further comment from Weald and Drainage, but we're content with what all issues have been addressed in that respect.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Did the council have anything to sort of add?
With regards to the trees,
Yes.
I did a lot of work with our then tree officer, and we undertook a site visit, and he had a good look around, and the design of the development as it was proposed accommodated the removal of semi-mature but level 3 class, unclassified and lower quality trees. The key trees will be retained, as I understand it, and while we accept that, yes, biodiversity-wise it's an issue that is addressed off-site, it's not all been there for 60 years. If you look back at Google Earth's images, I had a note of it, in 2004 there were no trees present on the site in the majority of the area. So while we accept that there are mature trees there, the loss of those trees was agreed with our arboricultural officer, and we maintained that they were, it was an acceptable loss in that respect. Okay. In regard to coalescence, yeah, I can understand that particular perception, but we also have a requirement to provide a degree of housing as set out, not by ourselves, and we are undertaking site assessments at the moment as part of our Regulation 18 local plan work, and this site is within that assessment. It's identified as a semi-sustainable area, and we felt that there was a possibility, there was the potential there to deliver some houses in that location. In terms of education, I have a policy hat that I used to wear. In my experience in doing work for the local plan, there is a declining role at this current time, but I am aware that Ms. Cambo has got some figures that she has elicited from a colleague in the Education Authority that will support that.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, I've been in touch with our education team just to see if there was a forecast figure for this particular site and for 50 dwellings.
Yeah.
And the formula they use is for primary schools, it's 0.25 per dwelling, and for secondary it's 0.175 per dwelling. This amounts to 13 primary school children and 9 secondary school children. Obviously that's based on some census figures and also birth rates that are current, so I think they come out in April.
Okay.
Thank you.
Did your colleague say anything, about the capacity of the schools?
No, that wasn't the question I asked. I just asked what would the demand be for
I
a
see,
50
okay.
dwelling development.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, yes.
Yes, sir, if I may, just to sort of clarify a couple of those points. With respect of trees, I mean, you'll be aware that the appellant's gone to a considerable length to address, mitigate and compensate for the impact on the habitat, and we do acknowledge within my statement of case that there is a degree of harm arising. However, the application was informed by a botanical survey and an assessment of priority habitats using the UK BAP priority habitat description for lowland mixed deciduous woodland. This goes into a very detailed, very extensive amount of detail in terms of assessing beyond an arboricultural implications assessment, the type of woodland, deciduous woodland and priority habitat on site in order to avoid it, mitigate the impact and compensate for the loss. The biodiversity improvement plan, which is submitted, but the Section 106 agreement requires for it to be effectively reconfirmed and submitted post-decision, does identify an off-site site of 2 hectares to comprise compensatory woodland planting. In response to the gentleman's comment earlier, there is no intention for that to be subject to public access. It is habitat and biodiversity creation off-site. On all of those, trees, ecology, biodiversity, we weigh that up within my statement of case. Weald and District Council officers have weighed it up within their officers' report and subsequent statement of case, and it all draws out in the planning balance in terms of acceptability. Just very, very briefly on coalescence, Appendix B to my statement of case is an appeal decision very nearby at Cooper's Green. I'm sure I've got that.
Yes, the May 22.
Correct.
Yep.
Paragraphs 34 to 36 of that appeal decision deals with potential coalescence. Now, every case is to be made on its own merits, and we're dealing with a different site, but there are many similarities in terms of the presence of the A272 road as a dividing between settlements, as a key piece of infrastructure, and other key pieces of physical separation between the two. We have ancient woodland off-site. We're not affected by buffers, but there's ancient woodland to the west, ancient woodland to the east. We're not concerned that there is potential for unacceptable coalescence as a result of this proposal.
So could I just add a 10-second comment just on the trees again? Ms. Roberts very helpfully was explaining how much work has gone into talking with the council and discussing these issues and how much, but I just don't want the members of the public to walk away feeling when you hear that there's been a sort of an acceptable loss of trees in that respect, we should never accept any loss of any tree is acceptable, but there has been a significant amount of work that has gone into this, particularly to really work on. Hopefully when we get to the Section 106 and the Biodiversity Net Gain Plan, you can see what we're trying to provide off-site to really meet that, judgment call in this context. So we've never really seen this as acceptable. Loss of trees of a certain number is good enough, but we have worked extremely hard to try and deal with that in line with the mitigation hierarchy that Mr. Busey was explaining.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, sure.
Sorry, my name's Darren Bradley. I've lived in Millwood Lane since 1992.
So you can say your surname again?
Bradley, B-R-A-D-L-E-Y. Just on the biodiversity, I agree that they did put some boxes to test for moths and catch bugs and things to see. However, prior to doing that, and when you go again to the site visit later, you'll see there's very heavy tractor marks and digger marks in the ground, which are not conducive with the site. And that was because they did some routine maintenance in the site, which basically cleared all of the undergrowth, scrubs. I mean, that used to, I've walked my dogs around there for 34 years, There used to be big rabbit population. There was always moths, all sorts of animals in there. There's lots of bats that fly up and down Millwood Lane. That was all done prior to that biodiversity survey being done. The area was cleared, so no wonder there may not be as much biodiversity now, but there was an awful lot more before they did their routine maintenance clearance.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Right. So it's now 11:10. I think, unless there's anything else, sort of non-traffic-y, we probably can move on to the main issues. It's a technical term. But I think maybe good to have a 10-minute break before we do that. So shall we break until 20 past? And then we'll move on to the first main issue. Okay, thank you. Okay, so then we can move on to the first main issue.
So Ms. Roberts also said she found you a copy of...
She did, yes. I found it on the system.
you found it too? Okay.
Yes, and as I was saying to her, the reason I hadn't found it was because it was in a final comments folder, and I thought it's a hearing, there won't be any. So I didn't even waste my time looking. And of course, looked in it just now, and lo and behold, there's a rebuttal statement and a couple of appendices. So no, I'll have a look at those. But yeah, thank you for that. Yes, I saw the table that Mr. Busey referred to about addressing all the points. So yes, I've got that. Good, right, okay. So the first main issue is then whether the development would facilitate safe and suitable access to and from the site by sustainable modes of transport, and first of all with regard to Millwood Lane. So can I first just clarify a couple of points? So the virtual path was proposed, and then I think it was taken out, and then I think it was put back in again. Is that about right? Yeah, okay. And the path itself is around, I think, before about 50 metres long, isn't it, I think?
Yeah, 54 to be exact. So.
54, yeah. Yeah, okay. All right, well, if I can come to probably the council first, and Ms Campbell, I guess. So the appellant has obviously said this is what they're proposing to do, and that they've seen them in many other places around, sort of in the southeast. But you're not convinced that they're safe, I suppose.
Thank you, sir. With regard to virtual footways, I think my colleague Victoria Bartholomew knows a lot more about them than I do.
Okay.
I will have a few comments to make about it. When planning applications come to us with highway proposals, the first thing we do is consider sharing that information with our road safety experts within the council to get their view on them. Their view was that they do not accept them for the reasons that they don't provide sufficient protection from oncoming traffic. It was also shared with Sussex Police with regards to virtual footways, and there is no official police policy with regard to them. So what we have is we don't have any proper policy or guidance for virtual footways. And we don't have, as far as I'm aware, we don't have any in the county council because we don't support them, because it provides, it gives pedestrians a false sense of security that they're walking somewhere safe when they may not be. And there's also that chances that they encroach outside those spaces, given that people might be pushing a buggy, walking dogs with small children. It shouldn't be difficult to walk from A to B, but in this particular instance, I think a virtual footway is not going to protect pedestrians from needing to be vigilant, eyes at the back of their head, eyes in front, to see what's around them. Victoria, did you want to share a bit more?
Thank you. Just to sort of expand on what Cal has already said, those comments have been provided by myself and the rest of my team while this has been ongoing. I think the main issue for us is that creation of a false sense of security when walking along a relatively rural carriageway. Pedestrians and drivers must be interacting with each other, and the provision of the virtual footway could reduce that interaction because drivers and pedestrians may feel that each other has their own segregated space. I also note that it is proposed to be 1.2 metres wide, which is obviously less than we would like for a formal footway, which as a minimum would be 1.5 metres in line with inclusive mobility guidance. So that would be our main concern with the virtual footway, is that creation of perceived safety when there may not be any.
So in which case then, is it almost better not to have it at all?
I think without a virtual footway, I would suggest that pedestrians and drivers are more likely to interact with each other in that area, having done a number of site visits to the area and walked it myself. Also, it will give pedestrians the opportunity to walk in line with the guidance provided in the Highway Code, so that they're not only within that virtual footway. So for the rest of Millwood Lane, if pedestrians choose to use that end, they would walk facing oncoming traffic, and obviously you cross accordingly. And creating that virtual footway, you are telling pedestrians, walk over here, it is safe. And you cannot make that assumption.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just another couple of points of clarification then. Millwood, as I say, I walked up it this morning actually. It seems like it's wide enough for a car and a person to pass side by side, but obviously not for two cars and a person. Would that be about right?
So from my observations as well, when witnessing pedestrians and vehicles near each other, pedestrians were moving over and the vehicles were obviously moving over as well. There wouldn't be space for pedestrians and two vehicles at all, no. Yeah.
Okay. But it is sort of, you could walk down there and have a car
You could, yes.
coming the other way.
You would walk single file,
Yeah.
you know, and as you say, you would hope that the driver would move over as well to make sure that there was enough space.
Yeah.
Also on site, obviously, we did come across cyclists as well. So if you throw into a cyclist, a pedestrian and a vehicle, that's a whole different mix as well, where you really need to be interacting with each other.
And I suppose if it was a larger vehicle, like a waste collection lorry or some sort of HGV, would that then be an issue?
Yes, as a pedestrian, you would seek to step off. So there is the wood timber yard as well, and there is significant evidence of larger vehicles going in and out of there. You can see the vehicle overrun on the edges of the carriageway and within, not a verge section, but just at the base of the banks, you can see the large tyre marks. And so you should assume that large vehicles will be accessing that timber yard and using this end of Millwood Lane. And therefore, as a pedestrian, you would seek to step off.
And on that sort of bottom section of Millwood Lane, are there places to step off?
It's banked on one side and with very limited verges on the northern side. If you're located near a driveway, you could leap into that.
Okay.
And that obviously applies for able-bodied pedestrians. If it was a mobility impaired pedestrian, a blind or partially sighted pedestrian, or potentially a mother parent with a child, a buggy, something like that, that would create more difficulties.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Leary, yeah, you've got your hand up. Mm.
As a part of the girls, 1, 3, 1, 4, I'm trying to do that structure many times. And I know exactly what it is like. It is not somewhere you can stand comfortably and have a car park. If I'm children, really step off or something, you have to be backing up the bridge to make sure that there's sufficient space for the car. It's not a good route when we have a car. It is go that way. And equally, it's really obvious point, but it's particularly apparent at 3 o'clock in February when it's pitch black. So 9 o'clock when it's in November morning. It is not the safe route for pedestrians. Now, I don't know the technical terms for this. I don't know the sort of regulation. I do know it's apparent that individuals who have common sense that it is not the safe route.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if I come to the appellant. Oh, sorry, yes. Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Right, thank you. Just going back on the pedestrian access, as the previous gentleman has raised, the applicants advise that virtual footways have been installed. Surrey County Council, Hampshire County Council, Dorset County Council, Bath and North East Somerset County Council has accepted. However, I've undertaken a desktop review of each of those virtual footpaths that are stated by the applicants. And I can assure you they bear no relationship whatsoever with the situation in Millwood Lane. They are set on roadways with clear, unobstructed sight lines of great linear length. The photographs they've put in from Google Earth are selective in nature, showing the worst possible scenario, which in no way reflect the overall situation with those footways have been installed. As the other gentleman has just said, Millwood Lane is unlit. It's at the junction with the A272. When you approach Millwood Lane from the 272, particularly in a easterly direction up Budlett's Lane and have to turn left into Millwood Lane, there is no way that a vehicle can hug the left-hand side and turn safely into Millwood Lane without traversing the width of the lane in that position. As a resident SLs of 14 years, I know you turn in and you swing out to the right by natural inclination of the vehicle. And I've had 3 or 4 occasions where pedestrians are walking up the lane and you've had to come to a sudden halt because there is a conflict between vehicles and the pedestrians. And the other point I'd like to make, because another gentleman is going to talk to you about the traffic surveys that were carried out, is that the current design does not appear to give any consideration to cycle infrastructure. At present, cyclists will require to access and egress from the site onto the 272 off the access road. And there is no provision for cyclists or pedestrians on the A272 due to its narrow width in this location. And one final point I'd like to make in regards to pedestrian safety in Millwood Lane is in respect of car parking provision that has been shown for the site. Now, myself and vast numbers of people in this locality are aware that East Sussex County Council's current car parking standards are woefully inadequate. This is reflected significantly on street parking and vehicle parking on pavements in developments that have been approved in the recent past and locally. A prime example is the Grampian site, approximately half a mile up the road from 5 Ashdown Village. So what is going to happen? Visitors will go to the site, they find they can't park, or they're told not to park on the site. They will come out, they drive up the road, they see Millwood Lane, and they think, that'd be a good place to park. And Millwood Close, where we live, again, they will park there with resultant increase in hazardous conditions for pedestrians and vehicles using the lane. Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Bish, wasn't it? Can I just ask you a couple of questions on that? Well, not on the parking specifically, but on something you mentioned before. You said about the other examples that the appellant had referred to where there have been virtual paths, and you said that in those examples there was clear visibility along the length of those paths. Is it not clear visibility on Millwood Lane where the path would go potentially?
There is restricted visibility, but our main concern is when you approach the junction with the A272 and Court Lane. That is an extremely hazardous junction as it stands. And going from personal experience, when you walk to the end of the lane and cross over the junction to go down towards Cooper's Green Crossroads or turn left into Court Lane, we've had numerous near misses with vehicles coming off the 272 at some speed and nearly taking us out on that junction.
Yeah, because I drove up there this morning and turned left into Millwood Lane.
Yeah.
And obviously Millwood Lane isn't particularly wide, so I would have thought when you're turning left and going round, because there's that sort of hedge on the left-hand side, you must sort of be aware that there could be not just pedestrians, but cars sort of confronting you, because there isn't a width for two cars to pass at that point. So do people not slow down in case there is a car coming down Millwood Lane?
Not always, and when you've got visitors and people who are unaware of the width of the Millwood Lane there, they approach at tremendous speed. I mean, only last week, myself and my wife were crossing that junction and a car came up Budlett's Lane and didn't even slow up. It just came straight into Millwood Lane and we just had to jump into the verge at the side for it to miss us.
Right.
And as has been previously mentioned as well, it would be exacerbated by the large vehicles that use the wood yard down the lane. That there's no way, you can't even stand in the lane when they come down. You have to go into somebody's driveway. That is the predicament. And that is in daylight. If we're looking at the middle of winter or at night, the lane is unlit. There is no street lighting in the vicinity. It's an accident waiting to happen. Extremely hazardous.
Okay, thank you. Yes?
Just on the type of traffic you're going to get, it's quite likely that a lot of the large vehicles are not just going to be going to the yard. They're probably likely to be Amazon delivery vehicles who are on piecework, trying to deliver as quickly as possible. So they're very unlikely to stop
Right.
because they're going around the corner and following the sound.
Yeah.
They need to be aware of what type of traffic is going to be going on.
Yeah, I understand, yeah. Okay, thank you. Yes, I'll come to you first. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, come forward, yeah.
And I'll confine what I say to Millwood Lane, and the others I can bring up later.
Okay. Was it Mr.
Johnston.
Johnston, sorry, yes. Yeah, okay.
Right. Millwood Lane is a narrow, unlit country lane with no provisions for non-motorised traffic other than to walk in the carriageway itself. However, it is also used, and has been for as long as I can remember, as a rat run by motorists, van drivers and even lorries, and often will come up on a sat-nav system directing people down that lane if they've entered the shortest route to somewhere. I'd like to draw your attention to the surveys carried out by the appellant, both in respect of Millwood Lane and the A272. They are flawed, and for Millwood Lane, I would say they are worthless. At the time the survey was carried out, Millwood Lane was actually closed to all through traffic. I don't expect the appellant even knew that. That was because of a bridge collapse further down the road, and it was closed in 2022 and remained closed to all traffic until the end of 2025. The survey they did was carried out when that road was closed, so only minimal local traffic was using that lane. Secondly, the survey was carried out on the 11th and 12th of September 2024 when that road was closed. This was a Wednesday and a Thursday when children were at school. Had the survey been carried out over a weekend and some weekday periods when the road was fully open, the results would have been totally different and would have shown many were walkers, dog walkers, horse riders and cyclists of all ages. So again, I respectfully suggest that little weight can be attached to what the appellant has produced. The same applies to the A272, but I won't go into that at this moment because we're talking about Millwood Lane.
Okay.
We're at a time where great emphasis is placed upon getting the public to move away from the use of motor vehicles and either walk, cycle or use public transport. The appellant is suggesting that Millwood Lane is suitable for pedestrian use. As already mentioned, the A272 is not suitable. Millwood Lane, with the greatest respect, is not suitable and in fact is a dangerous option to even consider. If you are going to place just one person, a child, into an open road where there is a risk, that one risk is one risk too many. Over time, we're talking about painting lines on the road. Again, that I suggest increase, as the lady over there says, might even increase the risk because it gives both drivers and pedestrians a false perception of what is safe and what is not safe. And as our other friend has already said, at places, and I'm sure you, Mr. Owen, have seen, it is almost too narrow to have a footway and a road at the same time. That road is well used by delivery drivers, HGVs, and other vehicles racing round the corner from Budlett's Lane. The other issue is, if you accept what the appellant is saying, that it may be safe, and I would argue that it's not, as they're walking towards the A272, they come towards the junction of Millwood Lane, Court Lane, and the A272. What people don't understand, that if vehicles are travelling eastwards along the A272, i.e. up from London Road towards Cooper's Green, and they want to cut the corner to go up Court Lane to go up to 5 Ashdown, they don't get to that junction and then do a nice turn left into Court Lane. They slice across Millwood Lane, and that's a fact. It's human nature. And many times people have to suddenly jam the brakes on because they realise that something is coming out of Millwood Lane or there are pedestrians walking there. It is a danger. And every idea that the appellant is coming up with is increasing the risk and the danger to pedestrians. And it's unacceptable. The data they've produced is not good, it's not relevant. And perhaps the one thing that exists in this room, everybody this side of this table are residents who have lived, worked, breathed the air in that area for 40, 50, 60 years. Probably longer than some of these people have been on Earth. People this side of the table are working from Google Earth, desktop surveys. They don't know the area. We do, we know the risks. And even if, with the greatest respect to you, Mr. Owen, you've been up there once, you'll go there today. But that's not going to give you a true reflective experience of what it is like on a day-to-day basis. Millwood Lane has no lighting. How are we expecting mums and young children coming home from school, pushing buggies in dim light, in foggy mornings? It's walking down a pitch black country lane. That is posing a risk. And I'm sorry, but I think that is a risk that is not acceptable and should not be allowed.
Okay, thank you. I've got a couple of questions on that then. You said Millwood Lane is sometimes used as a rat run.
Yes, it is.
Where to? Because I didn't think it sort of went anywhere.
Well, if you go from Millwood Lane, you carry on past the Woodyard, you go down, you come out to Underhill and up onto what's known as the Straight Half Mile in Maresfield, which then take you out towards East Grinstead in the long distance, or up over the forest, over to Hartfields, Edenbridge. It is a rat run, and if you look on the map, you would see the benefits of going down there, of people doing it. In the last 2 years, we've had examples of HGVs getting stuck down there. They do get down there. And as others have said, there are often large builders' lorries, contractors' lorries that will go down to the Woodyard and beyond. And it's, like somebody said, I'm sure you are aware, sir, that delivery drivers that are on piece rates working off sat-navs with an earbud in, talking on the telephone, their only interest is to go as quick from A to B as they can.
Yeah, yeah.
But that is a rat run used in both directions.
Okay. And the other point was when you said that Millwood Lane was closed for, I think it was about 3 years, you said?
Yes.
So at which point was it closed? Was it sort of at the bottom end, or was it further up, sort of?
It was further, I'm not sure where, north, south, east or west, but if you go past the woodyard over the bridge,
right,
go down the hill just beyond there, it was closed.
Oh, okay.
But that is the bit that was used as the rat run.
Yeah.
So in effect, my family lived down there, and when it was closed for the first sort of 3 or 4 months, an awful lot of traffic was still going down there, and then we found a few minutes later they were coming back up. But then it slowly died off, and by 2024, 25, it quietened right off because everybody by then knew, and in fact on Google Maps, it'd actually been taken off the maps as being a through road because it was such a long closure.
Yeah, yeah, okay. Okay, thank you.
Just for detail.
Yeah.
It's the bridge that goes over the Shortbridge stream that collapsed, which is why the road was closed.
Right, okay.
So if you go down there, you'll see there's a new bridge.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I think, because I went all the way up to the Checkers pub, but obviously...
But if you have to go further on.
Right.
Further on, you don't go up the little...
No, you sort of go off to the right, do you?
You come out by the tyre place.
Right.
You turn up there and take the straight half mile. So you avoid the whole of that.
Did you say you drove up there or you walked?
No, I walked up there this
Right.
morning.
If you, as you say, walked over the bypass bridge,
yes,
and down the hill, there's a junction.
Yes.
Kept going, kept going, and then you went up the hill to the Checkers.
It was a hill.
But if
yeah.
you bared round, if you drive in and go further on,
yeah,
you swing round there, you come out on the straight half mile, and that's where everybody goes. They then turn right to go out. You've cut off the big corner in Budlett's roundabout.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right, thank you for that. Right, I had a few questions going this way. Did you want to respond to those points? Yes. Yeah.
Can I just, through you, explain that this isn't an opportunity for them to let you back and forth?
No.
Thanks, sir. I will try and deal with all of those points as best I can. I've taken a note of the vast majority of them. I think a common point in response to many of those is the existing crash record, and I think we would hopefully agree with the Highway Authority on this, that that is a key indicator where you have existing users of a piece of highway, as we do here. I think it's common ground that there are circa 30 dwellings on Millwood Lane and Millwood Close, plus the Woodyard, and we have existing use of the lane by non-motorised users, and that's set out at length in my evidence, which I would like to go to in due course. That crash record shows no incidents on Millwood Lane involving non-motorised users from as far as we can see from records for at least 20 years. The unsafe turning manoeuvre from the eastbound A272 from Budlett's Lane, I think as you alluded to, sir, due to the configuration of the junction, it's necessarily a very low speed manoeuvre to make, and therefore the associated risk of conflict is consequently low, and again that would be borne out by the crash record. Indeed, at that point of the lane, in proximity to the junction with Budlett's Lane and Court Lane, there is a new section of footway proposed to provide additional protection to pedestrians in that location. As regards provision for cycling, again, my evidence from video surveys, sir, and just for your reference, section 6.1, pages 33 to 39 of my statement of case.
Yep.
I'm sure you'll be familiar, sir. There's a series of, for members of the public's benefit, there's a series of screenshots taken from that survey of various non-motorised users of the lane, just relevant examples, figure 6.2 on page 34, top of page 34, shows a family group cycling, appears to be a mother and 2 young children, apparently en route to school, looking at the time and the way in which they're dressed. There's also, at figure 6.3, further down the page, a mobility scooter user. Turning the page, there's another cyclist passing a car. So in regards to sort of wheeled users, non-motorised users, we've got those examples. There are various other examples as we go through those screenshots of other groups. I think significantly, sir, top of page 36, we have someone walking a couple of dogs, and those dogs are unleashed, which should suggest a level of confidence and comfort to allow one's pets to roam freely along the lane. And then top of page 37, I'll give that as my final example. 2 equestrians using the lane. And again, having had experience with horses myself, naturally you seek to use safe, quiet, low-speed environments on a horse. Horses are notoriously spooked by large vehicles, fast-moving vehicles and the like.
Sorry, this isn't a conversation.
Well, it's a fair question. Well, it's in July.
Last year.
Last year, was it?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I just ask that the camera position, is that at sort of the entrance to Millwood Close?
Yeah, it's just to the, I think it's to the east of Millwood Close,
Okay.
yeah. So pointing back towards the A272.
Yeah, okay. All right.
There was a point around parking. Obviously, that's not a matter of contention with the Highway Authority or the Planning Authority. It complies with the county standards and has been accepted by them. As to the point around the rat run, I will refer to our surveys here. There were 2 sets of traffic surveys undertaken on Millwood Lane, including one post, as per the information I have, the closure. And there is very little difference between the 2 data sets. One was closer to 300 vehicles a day, one was closer to 400. But as I said in my opening as regards to appeal decisions, I think they can be seen as very light indeed. That would equate to comfortably single-figure movements per hour as an average. Now, I will acknowledge that at peak times there are, I think the peak movements we recorded were around 33 movements per hour. So that's one approximately every 2 minutes, sir. I think it's unlikely, except in exceptional circumstances, that Millwood Lane would be seen as a popular and convenient rat run, given its width constraints, particularly further towards Maresfield Village. I think it would take an exceptional sort of series of events on the primary road network for that to be the case, and certainly not regularly.
Can we let Mr. the appellant finish, please? Sorry, Mr. Lulham, yes.
Now, one set of surveys that was undertaken on Millwood Lane was actually undertaken by the County Council's own traffic survey provider. And the data has been has not been disputed by the county as to its validity. Therefore, I would expect them to let us know if they felt that it wasn't representative or was flawed, as has been alleged. And there is no contrary data in front of us from any other party.
Yeah, okay.
Unsafe left turns into Court Lane as well. Again, I refer to the crash data in that regard, and the fact that this is an existing, well-used, non-motorised user route from residents of Millwood Lane and Millwood Close, as per the data we've supplied. So I think so they were the key points that members of the public have raised. Obviously, I've got more to say, and I know you have your own questions.
Yeah, okay, thank you for that. Yeah, I just wanted to ask about sort of the amount of traffic and the amount of pedestrians. So I think it was in page 22 of your statement of case, where you talked about the number of vehicles at peak times. And yeah, you said, as you said before, it was about 30, I think, 25 to 30 in the peak hours.
Did you say page 22?
Page 22, yes. At the top of that page.
Oh, you mean, this is the transport? I beg your
Yeah, sorry, the transport statement of case. Yeah, I beg your pardon.
Yes, I have that, sir. Yeah.
So yeah, so you've got about sort of 25 to 30, 33-ish vehicle movements in those peak hours. And then in terms of the pedestrian or the non-car journeys, I think those are on sort of page 39
Yeah.
of your statement, and I think you said there's about 60 to 70 per day.
Yes, sir. Yes. Yeah. 66 and 70 on the 2 days we looked at. Yeah.
So, what would be your view then of the sort of the likely conflict, bearing in mind the number of pedestrians or non-car users there would be, and the number of car users there would be? How likely would there be a conflict, do you think?
Yeah. So, sir. Invariably, there are peaks as to vehicular and pedestrian flows, and you know, unsurprisingly, many of those are around the typical school and commuting peaks. And during those peaks, clearly the likelihood for conflict would be that much greater. But I think I say at 6.1.22 of my statement, which is page 40. So there's currently approximately one non-motorised user trip for every 4 to 5 vehicle movements. So there will be conflicts, sir. There will be conflicts, particularly at those busier times of day. We've captured some of those in the video survey, as I've just pointed towards. But equally, there will be good periods of the day where there would be limited or no conflict. It's a relatively short walk from Millwood Close down to the main junction.
Mm.
We typically cite an average walk speed of around about 80 metres per minute. So we're talking sort of, I would say, no more than 2 to 3 minutes for most people being able to walk that. So at the level of vehicular use, there will be regular occasions where people will experience no conflict.
So, sorry, the walking speed is 80 metres a minute?
80 metres per minute is and obviously defer to the Highway Authority as to whether they recognise that, but as a reference, that's the walk speed that has traditionally been used in the public transport accessibility level analysis in London, for example.
Okay. So with the path being, what was it, 54 metres, I suppose on average then you'd expect somebody, I mean, I'm not using the sort of dedicated pavements, you'd expect somebody could walk for that length of the virtual path or on the road, that would take less than a minute.
Less than a minute, so yeah. Yeah, I mean, I will just caveat the comments I was making up to now were on the current baseline. Clearly, with the mitigation scheme in place, the risk of conflict in locations without footway diminishes over the existing, because it is only that 54-metre stretch that then wouldn't be without a paved footway. But yes, at 80 metres per minute, 54-metre footway, that's approximately 40, 45 seconds, something like that, isn't it? And I have walked it numerous times at various speeds, sir, and I would struggle to take longer than a minute to walk that.
And going back to one of the points that I think it was either Ms Cambo or Ms Bartholomew raised, whether it would be safer almost without a dedicated path, because there's a suggestion that would in itself give a false sense of security. I mean, what would you say to that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to ask Mr Martin to comment on that. Certainly initially it was my view that given the existing baseline situation with no incidents, with regular use of the lane by non-motorised users, with very low traffic speeds and volumes, that the status quo could be maintained. I do accept, though, and this is a point from the Highway Authority as well, that with the addition of up to 50 dwellings, there is a material intensification of use potentially there over the existing situation with 30 dwellings and the sawmill, and so taking that advice on board and then taking Mr Martin's advice on board through the safety audit process, it was a recommendation from that ultimately that informed the virtual footway. So I'll ask Mr Martin, if I may, just to elaborate on his view on that.
Thank you, sir. The issue of the perception of safety has been grappled with by road safety professionals at least the last 20 years, when virtual footways were first thought of, let's say, before they were initiated. In all the road safety conferences I've been at, in my 33 years of doing road safety, within my 42 years of not just designing highway schemes, traffic management schemes, but teaching people how to design them. Some authorities have come to the conclusion that there is a perception of safety and we mustn't heighten that feeling of security for pedestrians. Others have come to the conclusion, and these are the ones that I put into my risk assessment, that because the virtual footway is at carriageway level, you're not necessarily raising that feeling of security. People are still on a place of the highway where vehicles can travel. And when the lane, in this case, is too narrow for two opposing cars to pass, if there are pedestrians there and two opposing vehicles, one has to wait until the pedestrians have passed the conflict point of the two opposing vehicles, and then the vehicles on that side of the road can overtake the pedestrians. And that's what works in these other schemes that have gone in, some more than 10 years, and have very, very good safety records. The benefit that those authorities have found is that in putting in a white line and a coloured surface with pedestrian symbols, you're telling drivers to expect pedestrians. You're telling them it's a subconscious thing. You're saying to them that subconsciously they will feel that I've just got to be a little bit more careful here, because it's still carriageway, but there's higher likelihood of pedestrians in that particular location. So that's where the perception of safety is something that road safety professionals, we're risk averse. I've been risk averse my whole career in the 4,500 audits I've done and hundreds of collision studies. You're always thinking of the worst possible case for every type of road user: pedestrians, equestrians, bus drivers, lorry drivers, people just driving around as normal. And it's that perception of safety which has been discussed at many conferences, and the conclusion by these authorities that have implemented these is that it doesn't necessarily do that, because the facility, the virtual footway, is at carriageway level.
Okay, thank you. Just had a couple of other quick questions to direct to your direction. I'm not sure if it's Mr. Martin or Mr. Lulham, really. Probably Mr. Lulham. So in terms of predicted pedestrian non-car movements, I think, again, it was in page 41 of your statement.
Yes, that's right, so, yep.
Yeah, so that's saying, sort of 46 pedestrian and 6 cycle trips over the 12 hours. So that's, what's that, about 50, 60 movements generated by 50 dwellings. And I think we've already said that from the existing 30-odd houses, there's about 60 to 70 non-car movements.
Yeah.
So, I mean that seems like there's something not quite adding up there. Is it because of through traffic?
That would be my expectation. So, I mean, I would say that the forecasts here are based on the TRIX database. TRIX is not as rich in its survey base when it comes to multimodal surveys, i.e. non-vehicular surveys. So I would place less weight on that than say the vehicular trip generation forecasts that are in the transport assessments that have been submitted. But yes, I mean, for example, the equestrians that we saw in the video clips, clearly they are likely to have been through users. The lady with her children cycling towards the camera from the A272, that would suggest to me that's someone that possibly, because of the time of day, is a through user as well. They're travelling from somewhere to the east into Maresfield. So I suspect that is the difference. And of course, the expectation there is heightened by the fact there is no footway along the A272 into Maresfield. So if one lives in 5 Ashdown, one is not offered the opportunity to walk along the A272 safely. Millwood Lane offers an alternative.
Yeah, thank you. So on the assumption then that there's going to be sort of 50-ish pedestrian movements from the development, they would be going off, as you said, there's no pedestrian way back towards Maresfield, so they'd all be going off toward 5 Ashes Down then, I guess.
So I think I say in my evidence that estimate that all of those users, all of those non-motorised users would use Millwood Lane is robust in the sense that yes, it is possible that people can walk to Maresfield, either using the bridleway, which we'll come to, I'm sure, shortly, and then the footway network on the A272, or via Millwood Lane and Underhill, ultimately. That is a route that certainly I've walked. There is also, of course, the bus stops on London Road, which again we will come to, which is an alternative destination that's potentially there. So no, I don't think one would expect all of those movements to be on Millwood Lane. But the point I'm making is that if you assumed that they were, that represents I think we'll say a 40% increase against the baseline. So when we talk about intensification of use, that's clearly material. It clearly has its own sort of additional risks and mitigations to consider. But it's not, for example, a doubling, a tripling, a quadrupling of existing use. And I think that is significant in terms of the implications we draw from how the lane currently performs around safety.
But for those people that are walking down Millwood Lane and then off towards Five Ashes Down, there's bus stops in that direction, aren't there?
Yes, there are. So at risk of slightly duplicating what we might talk about in due course, there are indeed well-served bus stops at Five Ash Down, and I'll just turn to the relevant part of my evidence on that. But yes, pages 15 and 16, sir, of my statement.
Yeah.
So from the proposed pedestrian site access on Millwood Lane, we've measured those stops to be 260 and 340 metres from that access via the footway network or via Millwood Lane and the footway network. So they're within the 400 metres or 5-minute walk time at that 80 metres per minute. That is traditionally seen as an acceptable or preferred walking distance to bus stops. The stops at Five Ash Down, if you turn to page 16, in my table 3.1, you'll see that the key route there is routes 29B, which is the Tunbridge Wells Brighton service via Crowborough and Uckfield. And that service, certainly at the time that this statement was put together, and I'm not aware that there's been a significant change in intervening months, operates from circa 6 a.m. to 11:30 p.m. on weekdays, similar on Saturdays, and 8 till 8 on Sundays. And clearly Uckfield is the principal service centre for Five Ash Down. I don't think that's in dispute. And so certainly for movements into Uckfield, where, well, we're here today, but we have, I would suggest, quite a vibrant retail centre, along with secondary education and other leisure facilities. That I would suggest would therefore be the preferred public transport route of choice from this site into that key service centre. So my expectation would be, in terms of access to public transport, that a good majority of residents of the proposed development would gravitate to these bus stops. They provide that week-long service from early in the morning till late in the evening to locations that are likely to be of greatest interest for various journey purposes relative to the stops on London Road. But I'm risking
I know we're moving
hitting
on
the
to
next two agenda items in saying
that. But in terms of other sort of facilities, not necessarily bus stops, but sort of shops and services, there are, I think you've referred to some in your statement around that sort of Cooper's Green, Five Ash, at Down Way.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes. So yes, within Five Ash Down, Cooper's Green, you have the post office and shop. There's the public house, the pig and butcher, and those bus stops. I think they are the key facilities I would imagine that would be of greatest interest to residents here. And those facilities are referenced in the appeal decision that you were taken to earlier by Mr Busey concerning the land west of 5 Ashdown as well.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yes, of course, yeah.
Thank you, if I may. Just going back to Millwood Lane, before we skip off onto the bus stop access. What we're looking at in terms of the proposed development is a 50 dwelling family size units. They are, what we've got, and Millwood Close is, I think more or less 50% of them are bungalows occupied by old people rather than families. I would imagine that 50 dwellings on this site is going to have more families, more children, and potentially more of a mix. So what it's also proposed on site is a public playground. There's a play area. This would be potentially the only play area in the local village. The development on the corner of, which is 35 units on the corner of Cooper's Green Road next to the signalised junction, doesn't have a playground, so this would be potentially the closest playground to them. So the children on that site would potentially want to visit the playground on this site. So what we're creating on the site is not only an origin for the 50 dwellings, but we're also looking at a destination for young people to use. It's a public space which should be available safely. And to get children to that site to play is ideally should be on foot or by cycle. If you have to drive there, then it would be accessing it from the A272, then requiring to park. That's obviously not in the interest of the Highway Authority by generating more traffic for visiting a playground. But what we are doing is attracting people from the local area to visit the play area. So in terms of the trip demands for the site, it's not necessarily only the activities from 50 dwellings. It's potentially wider. So the use on Millwood Lane by pedestrians and cyclists is potentially greater. I was also going to just raise another couple of points on the virtual footway provision that's been proposed. Yeah. In terms of where it is being proposed, it's along the frontage of, I think, about 4 or 5 dwellings on the north side of Millwood Lane. And they would, no doubt, receive deliveries by supermarkets or last mile delivery companies, and they would stop on the virtual footway, which would potentially it would give a break in that footway, which would require pedestrians to route around it. If we, that's probably what happens now, and by having a virtual footway, the question really is, does it actually provide any benefit if there's no consistency in that security for pedestrians? It's already substandard as a route for pedestrians that live on Millwood Lane and Millwood Close. By intensifying that demand on Millwood Lane by 50 more dwellings is, in the Highway Authority's view, not acceptable in safety terms.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Just one point I wanted to...
Sorry, did you want me to respond to the gentleman before, unless it's... continuation of
Well, I was just going to ask a question for Mrs. Cambo, but then I'll come to any points
Yes, sorry, sir. Of
from
course,
the
yeah.
public, and then I'll come to you for sort of final point on this issue. What was I going to ask? Yes, so you've said that the virtual path has proposals on the north side. And I think I saw in your evidence that you said that that's not necessarily a safe side because you might not be walking into oncoming traffic, which is obviously the recommended thing to do. But I mean, bearing in mind the sort of visibility around that bend anyway, would you not say that most people would probably be walking on the north side anyway, even though it might not be, technically the safest side if you're...
There is that potential, yes, if people are walking in accordance with the highway code and are used to walking down a rural lane, then yes, they would be crossed so that they can be in the appropriate place to navigate the bend.
And if they were on that side, then I suppose when people have talked about cars coming into Millwood Lane from the A2, from Budlett's Lane, turning left, then those people would be on the other side of the carriageway, wouldn't they?
They'd be on the opposite side of the carriageway for that, in theory, yes. I think one of the points that I have, if I may, is whether there's been any swept path analysis for larger vehicles turning left and to make sure that they're not going to encroach. Obviously, that's not the vehicle access for this site, but they will still be using it, and whether they encroach into the virtual footway and that there is actual adequate space for the constructed footway as well. So I haven't seen sight of that, that was all.
No. Just on that point then, I haven't seen any sort of swept path analysis for that bend.
Yeah, that's not in evidence, sir. But obviously, a design of this nature in proximity to a junction would always be informed by swept path analysis for manoeuvres such as that to ensure no conflict. But I acknowledge that's not in front of you. Okay.
So in sort of the final design, then, if the appeal were to be allowed and the final design of that virtual path were to be resolved through a condition, I guess, you would have swept path details submitted as with that?
Absolutely. As part of the Stage 2 detailed design and technical approval by the Highway Authority, yes, absolutely, that would be undertaken, along with a further safety audit as well.
Okay.
And that is secured by Condition 6.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Nish. Mm. Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Scanlon?
Because when you build, if you build this development,
Mm.
put 50 houses, you're probably going to have up to 100 homes using the energy rates
Mm.
to the site. When they come out, they're going to have to turn around. So 50% of them may not go on and turn around into Uckfield. But any of them that want to go towards East Grinstead will have to turn around. They have a choice now. They're going to go through 5 Ashdown Village to the junction, turn left on the A26, and then go across 2 roundabouts that may still have bypass, another 2 roundabouts to get to the A26. Their alternative is to go down Millwood Lane, which will take them straight up with no interruptions to tyre shop on the straight half mile, and then straight down the straight half mile out to the roundabout. It's a much quicker and shorter route. So the additional traffic, there seems to be a prejudice against accounting for that because I'm seeing it as well. It is used as well, precisely because it's much quicker and it's much shorter.
Okay.
And it's now, from what I understand, it's come off the Google Maps because it's closed for so long.
Mm.
The minute it goes back on Google Maps, it'll start.
Okay. Okay. Right, the gentleman over there. Right. Okay. So what was your name? Is it Robinson or? R-O-W, oh, sorry. Yes.
I just wanted to say that whilst I respect the comments made by the gentleman there, much of it is still assumptions and still based on, like I said, video photographs at the time when the lane was closed. I don't think they should carry very much weight.
Okay.
The second point I wanted to make is exactly what the gentleman said there, I wanted to raise, is that what the lady was saying about people from the development action screen coming to the site to use the playing area, and people from the site to go to the bus stop. And generally, there is absolutely right. The route between Brighton and Tunbridge Wells via Uckfield, Crowborough and Lewis is probably the most popular route that exists. It's absolutely correct, and that would be the biggest attraction for people to use public transport, not going down to the London Road, which is a very infrequent bus service. The one between Brighton and Tunbridge Wells is every 30 minutes all day long and all evening. Very good. I use it myself many times. But the gentleman pointed out, you've got to cross the A road, A272, which at peak times, if you were to stand there and see it yourself, it's very, very busy. Also, the Green Road, they've got to cross 2 roads, and there is absolutely no pedestrian control at all. That's not been mentioned by the appellant, and seems to be no consideration taken into account.
Okay, thank you. Right, I'm going to come to the appellant for any final comments, and then we'll move on to the next issue.
Thank you, sir. I'll start and then I'll ask Mr. Martin if he's got any summing up points as well. Cumulative impact was raised by a member of the public. So that's considered, has been considered in terms of highway capacity. This is not a matter of contention at this stage, but there was liaison with the Highway Authority earlier on during the pre-application and determination periods to ensure that relevant committed developments in the locality were accounted for in terms of highway capacity assessment, and that matter is now agreed. In terms of use of the on-site playground, or in terms of that becoming a larger pedestrian attraction in its own right, I think the appellant would welcome that. And I lean on my video survey evidence. Not only do we have accompanied children in that evidence, sir, but at figure 6.5 of my statement, which is page 35, we have an unaccompanied child as well using Millwood Lane. Now, I would imagine that no parent in their right mind would allow their child to walk along a road they deem to be unsafe, particularly at that age. I mean, that would appear to be quite possibly a primary school-aged child. Now, to the point around the lane being closed at that time, again, that's not the information I have, and it's not been alerted to us by the Highway Authority. But even if that were assumed to be the case, there is still Willow Sawmill and its associated trip generation, including, as we've heard, HGVs. There are still 30 dwellings fronting or accessed off of Millwood Lane and their associated traffic. So again, I think a parent would very much bear that in mind were they to allow a child aged 11 or possibly younger to walk to school on that lane. Parking on the virtual footway was raised by Ms. Cambo. Yeah, I acknowledge that that is a potential, and that would be a legal thing to do in the scheme that we have. Of course, that would be a very temporary occurrence if it were delivery vehicles, as she has described. And again, we have the existing situation here where deliveries and indeed some residents and their visitors do park informally on the lane. There appears to be no material adverse consequence of that for pedestrian safety from the evidence before you. I think the final point I'll make before I just hand to Mr. Martin to add anything he wishes to. A member of the public mentioned the lack of pedestrian control at the 5 Ashdown crossroads. No request for pedestrian control or measures to be added to that junction was made by the Highway Authority during this process. I am aware, and Ms. Cambo may be able to update us, that the aforementioned land west of 5 Ashdown development, which is under construction currently, had secured some off-site highway works to that junction to add uncontrolled pedestrian crossing facilities, so tactiles and drop curbs, rather than full control. Now, I would imagine a consideration there would be that to add pedestrian control to the junction, without getting too technical here, due to the carriageway widths, there isn't the space to put in refuge islands and therefore sort of what we call sheep pen crossings for pedestrians so that they cross in 2 stages. And as a result, sir, any pedestrian control at that junction would require what we call an all-red traffic phase while pedestrians cross all 4 arms. And I would imagine, given the volumes of traffic on the A272 in particular, that was deemed to be a significant impediment to traffic flow, which the existing highway safety record and the likely level of use by pedestrians did not warrant. But I'm very happy to be corrected on that by Ms. Cambo or updated as to the status of those works.
Yeah, just on that point, before we come to Mr. Martin, and just on that point, Ms. Cambo, is there any news on that?
Yes, thank you. This was looked into back in April 2025. I had emailed our signals officer at Balfour Beatty, who are the County Council's consultants for highway works. It was due to the physical constraints of that crossroads that it isn't possible, because the parish council have requested them as well. For pedestrians to cross safely, you do, ideally need pedestrian phased crossing capabilities. The footways aren't wide enough, and there's not enough verge or highway land to install the required infrastructure and equipment. Hence, it was very difficult. Also, the junction isn't like a crossroads, it's slightly staggered and elongated. It's an awkward junction, let's call it. And for that reason, to actually provide a pedestrian phased signal capability, it would all have to be completely ripped out and reconfigured, and we're talking, a very, very expensive highway scheme.
Yeah. Okay.
Which the County Council haven't been able to deliver. So that's the update on that. However, for the site that was allowed on appeal on the corner at Cooper's Green for 35 dwellings, it provided some improvements to the pedestrian, so some verge clearance and wider tactiles. I think they were narrow before, but also a crossing point next to its vehicle access on it's not the 272, it's the Cooper's Green Road, which is a C road, which allows the access to the bus stop opposite outside Buxted Park Gateway. So that was the provision there, and also there's a build out outside that bus stop so that crossing distance could be made a bit shorter for pedestrians, and there'd be a landing area for the bus stop. So that was, yes, the update for that.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Martin, I think you were going to come in.
Yes, thank you, sir. It's just I wanted to comment on the research that led to my risk assessment.
Okay.
Because there is I couldn't find any research of observed practice carried out by anyone, by the Chartered Institution of Highways and Transportation, by ADEPT, the old County Surveyor Society, or Transport Research Laboratory. I couldn't find anything, so I did my own. And when you look for successful sites, you put that into the Google search mechanism, and you don't trust what it gives you. Okay, I didn't trust what it gave me because it's got its own version of what success is. So, firstly, I checked the dates at which it said these successful schemes went in, and I checked back on Street View to check that that's actually when they went in. Then I looked at the crash map records independently of what it told me to come up with this research. And the good thing about this research is that, and Mr. Bish, who did similar research, might have read some of this as well, you come to the conclusion that what those highway authorities have done is come up with criteria which they've shared. So, and you've got to meet those criteria. So traffic speeds and volumes should be appropriately low, which they are in this particular case at Millwood Lane. There should be sufficient space, and the carriageway shouldn't have constraints. So it's relatively straight. It's not perfectly straight where the virtual footway is proposed. You should have the visibility in line of sight, which Mr. Bish said was inadequate. And at the moment, as you approach from the northwest, from the Underhill direction, and drive down towards where the virtual footway would be, there's vegetation growing out of the other side of the road, which restricts your visibility. But the drawing shows that to provide the pedestrian access out of the development, that has to be removed. So that would improve. Pedestrian accessibility and comfort, they've got to be able to get onto it safely. We're showing drop curbs with tactile paving so that people with vision impairment could use it. It's got to have a design line, and the design line is already there and would be improved, let's say. The design line, pedestrians would go up, I think it's 40%. I think the residents are claiming it might be more, and it might be slightly more, but we're not doubling or quadrupling. But what we're doing is we're saying to the drivers approaching, expect pedestrians, and they're going to see more as a result of this. Not a huge amount more, but that in combination with the visibility and conspicuity of the facility is going to keep the risk of people getting injured low. There's no such thing as safe. I think Mr. Bish mentioned that we might have said it's safe. I've never said anything is safe in highway terms. It's not a term I use. I don't use the term dangerous either. It's all levels of risk. And I'm used to using what the Department of Transport describe in their risk assessment. They have a standard, GG 104. I didn't use that standard for this, but I used the risk table. And it looks at base levels of risk, low, medium and high. The base level's low because crash map, last 20 years, no injury collisions reported. And my professional opinion is that even with the increase in the pedestrian flow, and the fact that we're not increasing the vehicular flow from the development on Millwood Lane, apart from the fact that some of the residents have said there might be some rat running there, personally I don't think that Millwood Lane heading sort of northwest and becoming Underhill, it's not one I would use as a rat run personally, because it is too narrow, I'd much prefer to use roundabouts. I would turn right from the development and I would use the roundabout and just go straight up the A26. Or if I wanted to use the forest, I would go up. I would go up through to Maresfield, through the traffic calming, which is very good. I know because I safety audited it when I was East Sussex's safety audit in the late 90s. So I would use that. And I used it this morning when the school was delivering pupils in, and it worked very well. So I wouldn't necessarily use the rat run. I appreciate some people would. You might get motorcyclists, things like that. So it might increase slightly, but I think the virtual footway it meets all these criteria.
Can I just ask, you said that some of the criteria where it is successful is when traffic speeds are low and that the road should be straight and visibility. Is there a point at which the speed of traffic would make it not a sort of viable option or not a good idea?
Well, one of the examples, I'm just trying to find it in my note, the speeds were too high and they put traffic calming in. Now, the traffic calming, I think that was at Red Hill in Camerton, in Bath and North East Somerset. They had to put traffic calming in, and what they used was priority workings. So they didn't use vertical traffic calming, which can be quite intrusive in terms of sound if you've got houses nearby, which on page 14 of my risk assessment, it shows a picture of the priority working with the houses opposite. They particularly didn't use noisy vertical traffic calming. But I found through my career that if you've got flows of more than 3,000 two-way flows, the traffic calming works quite well because you've got enough opposing traffic to stop people just shooting straight through past the build-out where they're supposed to be giving way. There's nothing to give way to. They keep their speeds up. So that's what they've found, that that type of traffic calming worked well, reduce the speeds down sufficiently, and keeps the risk level low.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Well, I'm loath to accept a written statement. Could you leave it with somebody else to read out? Right, okay. I'm just very reluctant to accept more written evidence that the parties haven't seen, that's all. Verbally, it's fine. Okay, all right, fine. Yes.
Supposed to go behind them at 16 miles an hour, which is a problem. Because if they have to suddenly slow down, they're still exposed to the enemy, they're still exposed to too fast.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. Did you want to come back on that?
Yes, if I may, sir.
Yeah.
We've had this discussion a lot, and East Sussex may have had this before as well, that it's always a worry when you reduce the width, say, of a side road, and they did this in Brighton on the Ditchling Road, I think, several years, or it was probably 25 years ago, where they started putting in throttles so that as you turn in, if someone's trying to come out, you have to stop on the main road and let them out. Okay, I raised exactly the point you made, that there's a higher risk of rear shunt collisions. The client, the Highway Authority accepted that risk, the scheme went in, and those rear shunts tend not to happen. You know, okay, people are, there is a risk, but the risk is very low of that sort of thing happening. It's actually in the conurbation. So you've come over the bypass, and it's a long downhill.
It's one of the narrowest neighbourhoods in the country. Right. Exactly where it sits. So you've got people coming up there, there is a curve, there's all of these not quite. You're saying people are, the person turning left, those that are turning left, they're not being aware of being pedestrians. The person behind them doesn't. And you can hear people going up there.
Well,
Okay. All right. Okay. I get the point and I understand. I would like to. I know we're getting close to lunch, but I'm keen to sort of crack on a bit, if that's all right. So, if we can move on to the sort of the second aspect of the main issue, which is this the northbound bus stop on London
Excuse me, sir. Can I
Road.
just? There's one little issue that we haven't covered yet with regards to the footway, and that is the actual pedestrian access from the site.
Okay.
I just wanted to flag up that looking at the photographic survey and also from observations on the site, the actual position of that access point is just slightly, it's adjacent to what is an informal lay-by area, which sees parking. So if you turn to the survey photographs on page 33 and 34 of the appellant's statement of case, there is a van parked there. And when we were on site just last week, a couple of times, I think on one occasion there was also a vehicle parked there. On page 38 as well, there's a van parked there. So my concern there is that if you're inviting people to use the carriageway for walking, there is a vehicle that would potentially block pedestrian visibility of wanting to traverse into the carriageway. Not only that, any vehicles that are approaching from the east, is it the east? From the A272, if there's a vehicle obstructing that forward visibility, they're not going to be able to see any pedestrians waiting to emerge onto the carriageway. So that is quite a concern. If that was so, I don't think there's any more to raise on that one.
There was that hedge line, wasn't there?
Yeah. Yeah. And the appellants are proposing to remove some of that verge side vegetation to create that sight line. But if a vehicle's parked there, that would completely obscure it.
I'm sure you're aware, sir, but that bank of trees is also TPO'd.
The trees on the Millwood Lane. I thought it was only the trees on the western side that was TPO'd.
Yeah, on the western side.
Of Millwood Lane.
Of Millwood Lane, where you're proposing to put the pedestrian access and improve visibility, those trees are TPO'd.
Okay. Okay, maybe I've got it wrong. I thought the only trees that were TPO'd were on the western edge of the site, not Millwood Lane. Have I got that wrong?
We're not removing those trees as far.
Right, okay. I know that those trees have been to be removed, no.
We understand to be TPO. Mr. Bewsey may want to. I mean, all I would say before he does is that this is vegetation cut back and clearance. It's not substantial withdrawal of those trees. I'm happy to deal with Ms. Cambo's wider point, but I'll let Mr. Bewsey finish if he has anything to add on the trees themselves.
I mean, I don't have a substantial amount to add. I mean, we've known from the outset that those trees are TPO'd, and the application and appeal is informed by the appropriate tree surveys and arboricultural implications assessments, etc. And as Mr. Lulham explained, we're not talking about substantial tree removal to accommodate the the path that's been discussed. So I think the evidence is there. There's nothing that I need to add in that regard.
Okay.
To provide the pedestrian access onto Millwood Lane, no trees are going to be coming out. Can that be confirmed? Is that correct?
Yeah, that's my understanding. I'd need to take a closer look at the topographical survey to confirm that. But in terms of the vision displays that you've referenced that, and you can, again, the point's been made about the sort of informal verge parking there. Actually, already there is a level of clearance afforded by that.
And following on from that, if there are trees on either side of that, if the path is within a gap between trees, works to the trees would potentially be required to ensure that that path is available for use.
Yes.
And be subject to TPO orders with the district council.
Maintenance required, and there obviously are construction techniques that give the ability to retrain trees and tree protection areas are safeguarded. Yeah. Can I just, before we lose it, the point around the visibility, and I may ask Mr. Martin as well, just to add. As I said earlier, this proposal has been informed by several road safety audits. There would be a further round of safety audit at detailed design stage. So if there were further mitigation measures required in that regard, then there is that further opportunity through the detailed design and Section 278 technical approvals process to address that. I would just add, and again, invite Mr. Martin to comment, that in these sort of circa 20-mile-an-hour environments, we think about more built-up urban areas, parking at side road crossings and within visibility displays is not unusual and is not recognised, given the speed and volume, to be a significant highway safety risk. But I will defer to the expert to add.
Yes, despite the highway code saying don't park within 10 metres of a junction, it happens everywhere, especially in urban areas and residential urban areas especially. It doesn't necessarily, it might lead to a slightly higher risk of I won't say conflict, I'll say collision, but it generally doesn't manifest itself in that way. Having said that, looking at the picture I've got on Mr. Lulham's computer there of the van, now that we're aware of that, during the detailed design audit, should this get planning permission, there may not be a van there when we visit the site. We'll probably only be on site 30 minutes looking around. And safety audits are always a snapshot, but now that I'm aware of it, we would seek to make sure that the detailed design addresses that issue so that there's less risk of them being able to park there. And I'm not necessarily suggesting double yellow lines because they're probably not appropriate for Millwood Lane, but there are other things you can put in there to stop vehicles. So it may be you may end up putting a curb line in there, for example. There are things, I don't want to influence the detailed design because that's not what safety auditors are allowed to do, but there are things that the design team can do to make sure that you might get a delivery vehicle pulling up there for 2 minutes, again, just a fleeting obstruction, but certainly there are things you can do that would stop them being long-term parking there.
Okay.
Sorry, thank you. It was just, this is the primary pedestrian access to and from the development. It needs to be obvious, and it's sort of being hidden by that vegetation. Yes, it will be trimmed back if it goes ahead by the developers. It's then that ongoing maintenance. How hidden will that be? There was significant evidence of vehicles parking at that location when I have visited the site on more than one occasion, even though a vehicle wasn't necessarily parked there at that time, taking into account children, a wheelchair mobility scooter user. They are obviously lower down than other pedestrians. It's ensuring there is that clear visibility to and from the access in both directions for both the pedestrians and the vehicles using the lane.
Yeah, okay. Well, I suppose it would be like any visibility display, wouldn't it? It would need to be maintained.
So if I may,
Yes.
I think I gave you a relatively vague answer with regards to the tree impact of the path.
Yeah.
I've just recapped on the arboricultural implications assessment, and Appendix 1 to that, which you'll have, has 3 plans: a tree condition survey, a tree survey, and a tree removal plan. It's the third of those, the tree removal plan, that shows that there are no trees to be removed in the location of the path. There is a gap, it's the widest gap between trees along that part of the frontage. That's one of the reasons why the path is proposed in that location.
Okay. Right, okay. I'm going to move on now to the bus stop. I know it's close to lunchtime, isn't it? How hungry are people? Do we need to stop, or can we sort of power through?
These guys are going to do most of the talking.
You can have a sandwich on the side. eh? You're hungry. Okay. Well, I'm getting a bit hungry myself. And it's 1 o'clock. What should we say, 45 minutes for lunch, half an hour for lunch? 45, yeah. So if we come back at 1:45, and we'll continue then. Okay, thank you. Can we make a start again? So now we're going to look at the bus stops on London Road, and we'll start off with the northbound one, which I think is the main point of contention. So again, can I just sort of clarify a few points in my mind? So originally, the highways requested some works to the bus stop at the bottom of London Road. And then there was a risk assessment done which said that that wasn't a good idea, and it recommended resiting the bus stop further south along London Road. And so that's the drawing that we've got that was submitted with the appeal. But am I right in thinking that this is at the appeal was the first time this drawing was provided?
Yes, it was submitted with my statement of case, yes.
Yeah. So it hadn't been discussed before?
This matter has been a subject of prolonged discussion with the Highway Authority. I'm sure you'll ask me more questions, so I won't sort of go through the whole history. But there was certainly, I think, at the time at which the application was refused, it was clear, I think, between ourselves and the Highway Authority that the existing location was not fit for purpose.
Right. Okay. So with the existing bus stop, I mean, as I say, I sort of walked around and drove around there this morning. I couldn't see any evidence of there being a bus stop there at all, really.
No.
Do you want to advise?
Do you want to interject? Okay, so just on the London Road,
Yeah.
it's opposite the junction with the 272, there's a virtual bus stop. So if you go into Google, you'll see it's like a little bus stop. But it's, because there's only about, 4 or 5 houses there, the bus stops on request as and when it's required. And this is the service that goes up towards Hayward Heath and Uckfield. So that's a route for, obviously, to get to Hayward Heath Station in the event that Uckfield isn't operational. So that's kind of the next alternative. So this is why it was flagged up. At the time, when we were discussing this during the application process, I asked that the applicant's team consider how to formalise it, and I requested that they consider a drawing that we could design an audit ideally before submission, but it was submitted, which is why when it came in, there's an objection to it, because there are a variety of highway reasons for not supporting it, because of being close to that junction and not having that forward visibility from drivers behind being able to see it.
Yeah.
There were a few reasons. So what's happened now as part of the appeal package is that there's a relocation of that bus stop further south on London Road, outside a dwelling called, and I can't remember, Budlett's Lodge, where there is a section of verge outside, but is also on a bend. So it hasn't been formally safety audited, as far as I'm aware. It's included in the road safety assessment, but it hasn't had an audit, which has been subjected to a response by us. So we have looked at it. Victoria and I have been to see it on site. There are a number of areas which are of concern, which I'm sure Victoria will come to in a second. But if I can also just flag up that the appellants team have also picked up on a previous appeal at Budlett's, Mock Beggars Farm, which is further south on the London Road. And this is an appeal that the appellant's transport team were also involved in. So it was their site, and I worked together with them to discuss highway works for that particular site, which includes a bus stop on the London Road, only about 100 metres south of where they're proposing a new bus stop, where there's an existing lay-by, so the bus can pull in and it doesn't obstruct the carriageway.
And is that an existing stop?
Yes.
Yeah.
But it was just to formalise it and improve it.
Right,
by putting
okay,
in,
yes.
Added infrastructure.
Okay.
So for this particular application, by having a bus stop that's another 100 or so metres north of it, which would have to stop in the carriageway, where there's potentially a bend ahead of you, we've got the road markings in the carriageway, which is a double white line, which would prevent vehicles from overtaking. Unfortunately, given the road, it basically would, in our view, encourage the risks that drivers would take to overtake. So that was a concern that we observed on the site. Should there be a bus stop there?
Okay.
I'm going to ask Victoria if she can recall any other issues.
Can I sorry, just take a step backwards then?
Oh, absolutely,
so where the existing virtual stop is,
Yes.
You're agreed that that's not a suitable place for any sort of improvements, and you wouldn't sort of advocate anything there, really?
Not really. I mean, there was, so if you go back in time, I think you can go back into 2009 on Google Maps, you can see there was a formal bus stop there.
Right.
It was a post and a flag.
Yeah.
And that was removed because I think there was a bit of a crash issue or there was a safety
Yeah.
issue. So that was taken out, and then other bus stops on request very frequently.
Yeah, so on the basis that there isn't actually anything there
No.
to sort of signify as a bus stop, and like you said, there's only about 4 or 5 houses, are we sort of thinking that maybe it's never really used?
Well, I haven't got any records from the bus company about how
Right,
often
okay.
it stops there.
Yeah.
I mean, how far do you want to go? It's a difficult one. because,
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I mean, I didn't know if there were any records that sort of...
We did consider when I was discussing it with the appellants. There's a wide section of verge which was potentially, but it hadn't been tested, and that was what I asked the appellants transport team to do, was to design something so that it could be assessed to see if
Okay.
it was suitable,
Okay.
which clearly wasn't.
Right, okay. So if I can come over this way then, so that was requested, and you looked into it and you decided that actually you can't make that safe.
Yeah, so I mean, much like the conversation we had earlier about Millwood Lane, you know, the process, I think quite rightly, is iterative. So we had those conversations with the Highway Authority. We took on board the advice to seek to improve the existing unmarked stop. My design team came up with a proposal around that, which was presented to both the Highway Authority and then subsequently to Mr. Martin as our independent auditor. And the feedback from the Highway Authority and their safety team, the feedback from Mr. Martin, was that actually the proposal did not adequately mitigate the existing risks and possibly gave rise to additional risks, principally linked to the fact that the site is adjacent to the Budlett's Lane junction, close to the Budlett's roundabout, and so a bus driver manoeuvring into and out of any lay-by there, you know, is having to make multiple judgments about when it's safe to do so, based on various different traffic streams. Also, the approach visibility, forward visibility for vehicles approaching any lay-by, is substandard due to the bend in the road. So there was a risk, and again, Mr. Martin may want to just elaborate, but there is a risk, therefore, that the bus is unsighted until it's too late, effectively, until it's not safe to stop. And so it was taken on all of that on board that we chose to relocate the stop to a location that addressed those issues.
Okay. And so when you've decided that the stop could potentially be relocated, and that hasn't been subject of any safety audit, but it has been assessed?
Yes, when I was aware that an alternative was required and I was doing the risk assessment myself, and my colleague, because we always do the audit in pairs. It's never just me. There's a team. We actually went down. We noticed the position of the existing bus stop, which they've already mentioned. It's about 110 metres further south. And we said, well, if you're going to get a bus stop, this particular outside that cottage, which is further south from the virtual stop, is the best location that we could find between the existing bus stop and the Budlett's Lane virtual stop. The road isn't perfectly straight there. As you approach from Uckfield, heading north, there's a slight right-hand bend, at the end of which you would see the stationary bus at the site proposed. But you can also see past it to approaching traffic, and they can see you as they've passed the Budlett's Lane junction and then heading towards Uckfield, heading south. You can see each other with enough time for the northbound vehicle to give way whilst the stationary bus is there, which you don't get that opportunity at the virtual stop further north, because the bend is a lot tighter there.
Yeah.
And the other issue about that virtual stop is not just forward visibility to the bus, it's the bus driver's ability to see someone coming up behind them, so that if they were in a lay-by, they know when it's safe to pull out. Okay, so, or when the risk is low to pull out.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. And so what would be the difference between a safety audit and a safety assessment?
Very little in terms, it's just that with the safety audit, you're producing a report. The safety assessment, you're also assessing the level of risk, which you don't do. You don't assess the level of risk with a road safety audit. You just say whether there's a risk or not, and it's up to the highway authority, the overseeing organisation, to assess whether the risk is low enough that you've spotted to either accept that risk or not.
Can I ask a question through you, sir? My understanding of the safety assessment and the safety audit, in particular, given that we have another safety audit coming up anyway as part of the later process if you were to allow this, but a safety assessment, as I understood it, was also there to tell us whether the bus stop could go here at all, as a matter of principle. Because if you couldn't, you wouldn't have suggested that.
That's absolutely right. Yes, we wouldn't suggest something unless the level of risk was suitably low.
Right, okay. So, yeah, as you said before, there's never nil risk, but this is a less risk than the existing position.
Absolutely right, sir.
Okay. Okay, so if I come back to the council then, so you've seen the safety assessment that was submitted with the appeal, but you haven't sort of provided much comment on that, I don't think, from your statement.
So just coming back to the road safety assessment, so for proposed development, we need to see a road safety audit, which obviously complies with the required compliance guidance. But we also need that opportunity to see that an independent auditor has carried out that audit, not someone who's part of the design team. So to do that, we need to consider the road safety audit, consider what the problems are, and consider whether the designer's response addresses them and it can mitigate them appropriately, and whether we agree with them or not. Or we can scrutinise it and consider whether there are any issues that have been missed in that audit. So an audit is for vehicles and pedestrians or all highway users. So this is different to a road safety assessment.
Yeah. So with the proposal as it currently stands, could you have done an audit yourself on that? With previous proposals, would you audit it yourself, or you contract an auditor to do it?
It's not often that we commission independent road safety auditors audits ourselves.
Okay.
We expect a proponent or appellant or an applicant to provide that for us.
I see, okay. So until that's been done, then you wouldn't then assess the audit, as it were?
Correct.
Okay. So in terms of where we are then, what sort of scrutiny have you given to the proposals for the bus stop relocated?
So we've carried out a site visit. Victoria and I have both been out on site to consider that bus stop position. It's very close to the other bus stop position, potentially too close, and whether a bus company would accept to stop twice within a very short space of time depends on their timetabling. But also in terms of the safety of it, we considered that there was a potential risk that drivers would want to overtake a stopped bus into traffic that's coming off the roundabout at potentially speeds that are, it's de-restricted there, isn't it?
It's de-restricted.
It's de-restricted.
So, as Mr. Martin was saying before, that you could possibly see past the bus.
We would disagree with that.
Okay.
From our site visit that we did, given the vehicle speeds in the area and the layout of the road with the bend, you wouldn't have adequate time really to see round.
Okay.
But we do feel that it would increase the risk of overtaking manoeuvres and therefore increase the risk of collisions. Or potentially drivers increase of rear end shunts because drivers are not expecting a bus to be stopped in the carriageway there, and if other vehicles have stopped behind, you can potentially have that rear end shunt because obviously the bus stop 100 or so metres away from it is within the lay-by, so buses generally are pulling out of the main running lane to stop. So this would be quite unusual for this area, this speed of traffic and the volume of traffic using the route as well.
And okay, so I'm just going back to a point you mentioned before. You queried whether a bus company would be happy to have two bus stops so close together. Would a bus company be involved in the audit, or would you consult with them on it?
So when we introduce new bus stops, we generally need to speak to the bus companies or the passenger transport team within the county council, who then so they would potentially consider bus stops and where they are. Having two very close together could add on time to their timetable. We don't know. I mean, this is something I haven't explored, but it's potential. It's happened on other sites before. I mean, currently there's a virtual stop, so it may be that it only stops very infrequently. So we would need to request that information.
Yeah. Okay. And if the bus stop were relocated further south, it looks like there's a pavement that they could use on the east side of the road to get there. But I would imagine it's getting to be quite a long way from the site. If a pedestrian or a bus user, I suppose, is going to have to come out of the site, I guess, come onto the bridleway, come down the bridleway, and then go down the London Road, that's quite a distance.
Yes, we haven't measured it, but we did walk it. So yes, you'd have to access the bridleway to cross. You'd then go down to the roundabout, use those crossing points, and then walk all the way back up the footway, which in places is very narrow, and you potentially would not fit a wheelchair. And if there was more than one person, a parent with a child, things like that, there were certainly some very tight areas along that footway. There was also a vehicle parked in front of their driveway on the footway at one point when we were coming back down. It is quite a distance and potentially too far for someone who was mobility impaired.
Road section of that arm, approaching vehicles are a bit slower because they're approaching the roundabout, so that's potentially less dangerous or less risky. And that's how to access that southern or that south part of London Road on that first section. So in terms of suitability for everybody to use, I would not consider that it would be available for everybody. You would need to be relatively nimble on your feet if you needed to get across that first arm, across that roundabout.
And just in response to Mr. Lulham's point that the stop may not be the favoured one out of the two, because of the better service on the other stop. Would you agree with that? Would you say that this is likely to be less well used than the other stops?
Given that Uckfield's the closest commercial centre, it probably is less likely to be used than 5 Ashdown bus stops. But when you think about potentially requiring access to other big towns like Haywards Heath, where there is a college, where there is a school, where there is a railway station with much more regular services than Uckfield, it might be that also the hospital there as well, it might be that is an option that you might need, but not as potentially as frequently as the ones on 5 Ashdown. But you might want to access that bus stop to go north.
Okay, and I suppose the existing stop that is, 100 and a bit metres away from the existing stop. Well, yeah, so you've got the existing stop on the roundabout, and then the other existing stop is further up the road, haven't you? I guess that would be too far for residents to access.
It doesn't fall within the required distance of 400 metres. I mean, the proposed location now is slightly outside 400. It's more like 450 to 470 when you consider a route to the centre of the site.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so I suppose it's agreed then there is a need for a stop. The existing stop further up or further south down London Road isn't close enough.
No, I mean, I would agree with Ms Cambo. It's preferable to provide public transport nodes as close as safely and practically possible to a scheme of this sort of scale. So whilst I do think these would be secondary in terms of use to those on 5 Ashdown, then yeah, I would agree the preference is to provide a new facility closer to the site.
Okay. Any other points on the northbound stop? So just, obviously, need to cover the southbound stop as well a little bit.
If I may just briefly, because this aspect of this, we've just been talking about the crossing of Budlett's roundabout to get to the northbound stop. So just to respond on that, I mean.
Okay. Right. I'll come to you afterwards. Okay. Okay.
Again, this is the existing pedestrian route to the northbound stop certainly for residents of Millwood Lane via the byway. So as with Millwood Lane and the issues we discussed this morning, one needs to look at existing crash records, which we've done, and there are no incidents involving pedestrians or indeed buses that we can see in the published data from Sussex Police during the transport assessment study period. This aspect of the scheme as well has been subject to a road safety audit, so Mr Martin may wish to comment. But in terms of visibility at the roundabout, as you would expect, I've visited numerous times. I visited yesterday. The visibility at the crossing points is good. It's a wide-splayed junction. It's a large roundabout, as Cambo has said, therefore the ability to sort of judge approaching traffic is good. But Mr Martin, as I say, has audited this aspect of the scheme.
It was included in the early audits. We looked at that because we identified some improvements needed to the tactile paving, I think it was, at the crossing at Budlett's roundabout. We consider that visibility was adequate, so if you're going to increase the pedestrian usage of that, there's no reason why the collision record should deteriorate there. It's an existing crossing.
And even though it's a fast roundabout?
Yes, it can be fast, yes, because of the size of it. It's got a sort of a central circulatory area, which I think has a solid line around it, implying people shouldn't go across it, but they do. And coming from the north on the A26, if they approach there and they've got too much visibility up towards Maresfield, they might slip round their left at speed. But when you're on the central triangular island at that crossing, trying to get to the northern side, you can see those vehicles approaching before they get to the roundabout give way.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Yes, gentlemen. Yeah.
Notwithstanding the fact that it seems everyone's agreed that the present position of the bus stop is not so and should not be used and should be removed. My colleague here has just obviously mentioned that access to that roundabout area would be by the private way, which effectively you can't use for 40-50% of the year because it's not a service. Secondly, if the bus is it my understanding that you would then come out right away, cross the Budlett's junction onto the Uckfield path, and then go up and then cross the London Road to get to the bus stop? Because that junction, current Budlett stroke London Road junction, if you go down there today, you will see stand Civic junction, you look right and can't see them because of the maintained underground on the right hand side, west-hand side. So every time you come out of that junction, you're taking it off in your hands because you can't see the cars coming off the A26.
That's got coming out of Budlett's lane road. Oh, right.
So pedestrians crossing there, you've not only got the conflict of the traffic coming down Budlett's lane from the eastbound direction, you've got traffic coming around the belt, the Budlett's roundabout, at speed, and then turning into Budlett's lane.
Yeah.
Very little side down in speed.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that brings us on to the next issue, actually, which is the southbound bus stop, which is obviously that you'd have to take the same route, yeah. Yeah, Mr. Scanlon, you had your hand up as well.
I just wanted to add something made earlier about the east-west bus route. The Uckfield train line to London is actually very clear.
Right.
So, in the 26 years that I've been living in this area, I've taken that bus to go to BBC because there's much more frequent trains. It's actually much more convenient, not only in terms of frequency, but also how late at night it actually runs. So, I think you'll find that quite a few people use that.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Well, if we can sort of segue into the southbound bus stop. Now, that wasn't in the reasons for refusal, was it? I don't think. And I just wanted to, if there was a particular reason that you felt that the issue there wasn't worthy of raising in the reasons for refusal.
I think it was less about the actual bus stop itself and more of the crossing over the A272 at that junction.
Yeah.
Was one of the
Yes,
issues that we
yeah.
had. That the proposals are to provide some tactile paving behind the splitter island at the junction, rather than reconfiguring the splitter island at the junction to include a pedestrian refuge.
Oh, I see.
So pedestrians are still required to cross the 272 in one go behind the splitter island, and with fairly reduced visibility. And as we've already discussed, the vehicle speeds coming off of the Budlett's roundabout and then potentially coming straight round onto the 272. It's quite difficult as a pedestrian to anticipate where a vehicle is going because they are potentially still indicating having come off of the roundabout. They may be turning into the A272, they may not be. And having being able to relocate the crossing point, to include a refuge would reduce the risk to pedestrians and other non-motorised users that are trying to cross there to access that southbound bus stop.
But I'm guessing there's not enough room to provide a refuge.
No, it would need fairly significant amendments to be able to include one.
Okay. Okay, I'll come to you this time first, and then I'll come to you afterwards. Yeah.
Just need to emphasise that access to that riding path, 4 months of the year, is completely flooded. Floodwater, because of the drainage problem,
Yeah.
floodwater actually runs down the footpath. The entrance to the riding path.
Yeah.
That whole area is the worst flooding.
Okay.
For 4 months of the year, for the last 5 years.
So that's at the bottom of the bridle path where it meets the...
Where it's been, maybe wants to highlight is there is a sludge trap, it's a drain, pushes water over there, drains, what it actually then does is it pushes sludge, runs down the footpath that we're proposing to put in to get to the Brothers Roundabout.
The bottom of the bridle path, that looks like it's a vehicle access to a house there as well. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Right, Mr. Ludlam.
Thank you, sir. Again, this aspect of the proposal has been safety audited, so I will just ask Mr. Martin to comment. I think as to the suggestion of reconfiguring the central island there, or using the central island as it is to provide for crossing, due to the configuration of the junction mouth, I think from a vehicle swept path point of view and also from a pedestrian visibility point of view, it'd be very difficult to come up with a configuration that would satisfy the necessary criteria at that point. And that's why the crossing has been located to the rear or to the east, northeast of the existing refuge island. Again, at pains of restating myself, this is an existing bus stop and it's an existing crossing with existing users. I would imagine in terms of likely use of the bus stop and the crossing, it would primarily be for passengers disembarking buses from the Haywards Heath direction, because the only other town that is served going east is Uckfield, and as we've said, the service on 5 Ashdown very well caters for that journey. And so, for the most part, it would be people crossing from south to north, I would imagine, that would be the dominant flow here. But Mr. Martin, please.
When we safety audited this quite early in the proceedings, we discovered that you couldn't cross using the existing island from south to north because you couldn't see along Budlett's Lane. You couldn't see more than about 10 metres, so inadequate visibility. So you have to have the crossing further into Budlett's Lane, and then you still need to trim back the vegetation, which is what we specified needed doing in the audit, and has subsequently gone into the subsequent design. I think another issue was pedestrians would be stepping onto a gully, which is not pedestrian friendly, so that would need changing or relocating.
Thank you. And just two more points. So by locating it in that position, the pedestrian crossing distance is significantly reduced, which I think is always of benefit. And I've forgotten the second point, haven't I?
Sorry, you say the pedestrian distance is reduced?
Sorry, relative to crossing nearer the junction mouth or even using the island.
Right.
You can see how the junction splays out quite quickly. Sorry, I know the other point was that I've reviewed again in preparation for today the achievable visibility display, pedestrian visibility display on that critical southern crossing that I've described as to the dominant flow within the extent of the adopted highway, yes, with vegetation maintenance, is just over 30 metres, and that equates to a design speed of a little over 20 miles an hour, which on approach to that junction at that proximity, I would deem, and again I'll throw to Mr. Martin, I would deem to be sufficient.
Yes.
So that's when you're standing on the south side of the A272 looking to cross it to go north, yeah?
Yeah, looking up Budlett's Lane.
Yes.
Because you've got far better visibility looking left towards London Road.
Right, yes.
And so, I mean, you'll see when you visit that there is regularly stationary traffic on that approach. In any event, it's a busy
Yeah.
junction.
Yeah, there was this morning. Yeah, okay. Right. Okay, I don't have any more questions on either of those bus stop issues. Does anyone want to raise anything else on those? Yes? Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. Okay. Okay. You're waving at me.
Could I just answer that? Yes. When we do the safety audit, we don't just look at what needs cutting back. If it's within the highway limits and we determine it is a fast-growing plant and it'll grow back within a few months, we ask for it to be removed altogether. Obviously you can't do that if it's a TPO tree.
Yeah.
But we would recommend that it's not just removed, but replaced with something that's low growing, preferably just grass.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that always happens, generally not at the preliminary design stage, but at the detailed design stage. We can do that. When we're looking at more details.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, any other final points from the council? No. Okay, any other final points? Yeah, hang on a second. Any points from the appellant at all? No. No left turn off the roundabout?
So if you want to go to Uckfield, you have to go round.
Okay. I feel we're straying into bigger issues here.
But that junction is a lethal junction. There are near misses and accidents every week because people come around that and it's so fast. And people turn out, not most of them, people go straight up to Uckfield. You hear the horns going.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much for that then. I think that finishes up the main issue. So I was going to move on to other matters, which we've mainly covered, really. The ones that I was particularly interested in, which was the biodiversity and the surface water. Documents have been submitted to me in the last few days, which also helped to address those concerns, mainly to do with the SPA and that sort of thing, the justification for that, and also the biodiversity improvement plan, which I had a file called that, but when you clicked on it, nothing happened, which is why I asked for it again. Now something does happen. So I've got all of those. The 106 has been signed and completed, and I don't think I had any questions on that. No. So unless there's anything in the 106 that I need to be particularly aware of, is there? Nope. Nope.
No, not on that, but I was just going to ask you, any other matters we would normally want to address, but presumably you will have taken account of the planning balance and how all of this, because
yes.
the challenge with these sorts of hearings is we spend a significant amount of time on all people complain that is wrong with the site, but we never really get to air out what the balance looks like and what is actually at stake. But I'm assuming that you're happy for us not to explain that to you. You've got it in the documents and
yes.
You're going to use your judgment on that.
Yeah, I didn't have any questions. I mean, the fact that the housing land supply figure has been agreed is a huge relief to me. No, I was quite happy with all the submissions on the balance and on all the factors in play. So I'm quite happy. I've got no particular questions about those. So, yes, I didn't really have anything more to discuss in the other matters, unless anybody else did. Yes, sir?
Sorry, can I just raise one that hasn't been raised during the course of this discussion today? It's on pedestrian use of Norwood Lane and residents with children going to school. If we take an example of residents placing their children at one school in Uckfield, turn left, go down the underbuilt lane onto right away, which is unsuitable for public footpath, go down to the junction with London Road, and then turn right down to Budlett's roundabout.
Right.
Have to cross at Budlett's roundabout via tactile paving with central reservation.
Yeah. Okay. So the children that are currently living on or in that part of the world, do they do that, or do they go up Millfield Lane all the way up? Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah. And that was Bonner's, was it Bonner's Bridge? Bonner School? Just Bonner's, okay. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, can I come back to that?
Yeah.
I have looked at the routes to Bonner's School. I'm quite familiar with Maresfield because I used to live there. You can come out of the site onto the bridle path that runs alongside the boundary on the north side, onto Millwood Lane, and then if you walk along Millwood Lane northwards over the bridge, there's a footpath
Yeah, I noticed
directly,
that.
so you avoid using the roundabout to cross the road.
Yeah.
And then that route takes you around the kind of north side of the A26, so you don't have to actually cross over. And that footpath's actually adopted, so it's actually okay condition.
So
It's got a surface that's actually acceptable.
okay. So there's that option,
There
or
is an
there's
option, but
the
you then have to negotiate Millwood Lane on the section before the bridge, because the section over the bridge has got a footway.
yes.
But approaching the bridge from the site, you've got the surface of Millwood Lane, and then you've got banked verges. So the verge on the south-west side has got quite significant tree roots in it, so it's an uneven, and it's kind of covered in debris. It's an unstable verge. And then you've got the verge on the north side, which is adjacent to the timber yard, which again is it's not a uniform surface. So if you had to wait on to let vehicles pass, you would be on uneven.
But that would be if you were coming out onto Millwood Lane.
From the site.
Yeah,
going
but
to
there's an
Bonner's Store.
alternative pedestrian route directly onto the bridleway. So
But
you
then
could.
you'd have to use the roundabout to cross over.
No. What I'm saying is you could come from the site onto the bridleway, turn right to get to Millwood Lane, and then
Yeah.
you're opposite the sawmill,
Yes.
and then you could turn left and go
Yes.
over the bridge. And
Yeah.
So you wouldn't have to. What I'm saying, you wouldn't have to walk along Millwood Lane for a great distance.
No. It's a short distance,
Yeah.
and it is a little bit wider
Yeah.
than it is. The narrow section is that southern section
Yes,
where
yeah.
where it meets the 272.
Yeah. I understand. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. There was one there this morning. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you for all of that. I think what we've got next, conditions.
Just before you go off other issues.
Yes.
I've been sat here wrestling with whether I say this. If you give me a Paddington hard stare, then I shall be quiet. But just
You're not going to mention housing land supply, are you?
No. Just a couple of points which they're not new issues. They were raised earlier, so it's really for your notes.
Okay.
I think it would be remiss of me to sit here and not say that for the local planning authority, we do see Five Ashdown as a growth area.
Okay.
Earlier on, Mrs. Roberts explained that we are, and you have it in the papers, that we are partway through a new development plan, 2 stages of Regulation 18, just closed. We are grouping those responses. I don't need to go into those details, but just for your note, within that plan, we are proposing a development boundary at Five Ashdown. We are proposing new allocations at Five Ashdown, and indeed, as has been referenced today, 2 sites already benefit from planning permission, 1 under construction. I'm sure you saw it on your visit. This site sits just outside that proposed development boundary. I'll say no more about that, but I wanted you to have the full picture of how we are approaching the area in more general terms.
And that's at Regulation 18 stage, is it?
We've just concluded a second targeted Regulation 18, and the local development scheme envisage a Regulation 19 in the summer this year.
Okay.
And then maybe a very short point, and I perhaps don't need to say very much about it, but earlier on Mr. Bish referred to a concern about overspill parking from, we'll say, redevelopment sites, and he specifically referred to the former Grampian food factory site. That received the first planning permission in 2007. There was a 2008, 9, and then 10 variant, but they were determined in a very different policy context. The very first planning permission was under PPG 3 with its maximum car parking standards. We no longer have that approach here. I mean, Ms. Cambo is here and can explain if needs be, but it is common ground between the parties that we have adopted the East Sussex County Council parking demand calculator. That is census-based. It is based on the configuration of dwellings and the demand from dwellings. We have that. You will have noted, I'm sure, within the papers that the objection on car parking on the site has moved to no objection. I think I'm right in saying there are 150 spaces included within the pack plus visitor spaces. There is no objection to the amount of parking on site. So we hear the reservation from residents about overspill onto surrounding roads. We're quite confident, I'm quite confident that if you are minded to allow the appeal scheme, that the scheme washes its face in terms of parking demand within the boundary of the site.
Okay. Thank you.
Do you want to take that intervention or no?
Yes. Yep. Okay. Okay, and is that because it's outside the boundary?
Yes, in short, sir. So it's outside the proposed development boundary, and when we concluded the most recent iteration of the Sheila, the call, if in effect the call for sites and then the appraisal of those sites, we'd refused planning permission, and there was an appeal engaged, and here we are. So if you are to allow the scheme, then of course that would be absorbed into the Regulation 19 strategy for the area, and it's as simple as that. It's not an insuperable bar to development because of the appeal, which is obviously in play.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Just in response to what Mr. Stacey said, I think it's a very helpful intervention. I'll just respond to it in the grouping that he has done. So the first thing was about 5 Ashdown being seen as a growth area. Obviously, that would be indicating to you that the local planning authority considers this area to be sustainable, where housing should go, and that development should be going. And that's not something that shouldn't be taken very seriously. It should be taken very seriously. And that's something that we commend the council to have said and shared with you, and we agree with that. Insofar as us sitting beyond the boundary, I think that's helpful. Again, Mr. Stacey's intervention in relation to the fact that it's neither a bar, nor is it something that is going to stop you from reaching your own judgment. But the critical point to point out is simply that when you have a housing land supply position, that you have your development boundary within the confines of planning principles and sustainability are at large, because you've got to meet this housing at some point in some way. Insofar as the Regulation 18 and then 19 and then see where we get to, the reality is that you can only attach limited weight to the emerging local plan, so I don't know how much that helps you. And then finally, a very helpful sentence that the parking, as far as our site is concerned, washes its face. We also agree with that. So in short, this is the area that the local authority wants this development to take place, and we are here before you, ready to go ahead. And the sites that are emerging in the local plan, some of which have got their skates on, others don't. But in reality, they're going to need this development. And finally, if you were to allow this appeal, like as Mr. Stacey has indicated, and I agree with him, it'd be very easy to Mr. Robbins, I beg your pardon. I keep calling you Mr. Stacey. Mr. Robbins would be subsumed into the emerging local plan, and I agree with that as well. Mr. Robbins.
Okay. Right, I'm going to move on to conditions now. Right, yes, because I did have a question about that, because there's conditions in the statement of common ground, and then there's conditions in, I think it was the council statement, which are quite different.
And as an appellant, we can take some flack for that, because I think we, quite how it got to that point, I don't know, but we have agreed effectively within our rebuttal statement to the 30 conditions subject to one typographical amendment with regard to a plan reference. We neglected to share the actual appendix, which lists the conditions within the statement of common ground, when it was then signed by the district council. So there was a breakdown in understanding there. It's very, very clear, and we've agreed it amongst ourselves, that it's the 30 conditions within the council's statement of case that are the relevant conditions, and not the 19. You can disregard that.
Okay. Yes, because I did see the appendix I saw to the statement of common ground still had draft on it, and I thought, I'm not sure about that. And then, yes, the 30 conditions that the council had, that seemed to predate this one. So I thought, well, so I didn't know where I was really. Okay, so we're back with the council's conditions. And you said there was a revision to one of them that was in that rebuttal, wasn't there?
It's, yes, that's correct. Condition 30. There are two drawings. Paragraph 1.4.1 of our rebuttal statement sets this out.
Yeah.
So condition 30 references drawing, that's two drawings. TO1 P4.
Yep.
And then the second one, which is 6660H07 P2.
Yeah.
We should be dealing TO1 P4, that's correct actually. Yeah. It's then HO2 should be Rev P10 rather than P2. I've got nods around me. We have set it out to you.
Yes.
And we have discussed it with the local authorities, so I don't think we are apart in our understanding
Yeah,
there.
I think you're right, because I think those are the three drawings that I referred to at the start, wasn't I? HO2 P10, HO3 P13, and HO4 P5.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, fine. Right. Well, I better go through them anyway. So the first condition is obviously the commencement condition. The council's gone for 2 years. I take it you're happy with 2 years, not the usual 3?
We've already agreed to it, but yeah, I mean, it's a common thing in Weald District to encourage the delivery of housing. Here we actually have 2 developers on board ready to deliver this site. It doesn't need to go to the market to find a house builder, so that saves a considerable period of time. We're content to agree that,
Okay. And the other thing then with the list of drawings, as I say, the only drawing that didn't seem to be on there was the red line plan, which is the one that started, had the different reference number at the start, wasn't it? It was a 30355.
That's correct, and I think you can take our correspondence from both parties to provide the corrected red line plan reference. If it would help, what we can do post-hearing is issue a revised list of conditions agreed between the 2 parties.
Well, no, I mean, if these are all pretty much agreed, apart from that drawing number and the drawing number in number 30, then I can manoeuvre around that.
Perfect, okay, thank you.
But I will just run through them anyway. So 1 is the commencement, 2 is the conditions. There's no... 3 is the hours of construction. 4 is archaeology. 5 is to do with asbestos. Is that because there are structures on site already? Sort of remnants of structures?
It was identified that there may be an asbestos contamination issue by the environmental health officer.
Okay. And then 6 is, I guess, to do with the virtual path, isn't it, really?
Virtual path and the bus stops as well. I mean, our colleagues have referred to condition 6 a couple of times.
Yeah.
It effectively allows a detailed scheme to be set out and accepted, subject to a stage 2 road safety audit.
Okay, yep. And then 7, that's contamination, isn't it? 8, again, is contamination. 9, again, is contamination, really. 10 is the visibility displays, and that's pedestrian visibility. And vehicle visibility, I guess. 11 is a construction code of practice, so sort of a construction management plan, I guess. 10 is to do with, 12 is to do with the drainage. And again, we've referred to that already, haven't we, today? 13 is to do with air quality. 14 is to do with an arboricultural method statement. 15 is to do with the parking and ensure that they're laid out. 16 is to do with cycle storage. I suppose that's on an individual dwelling by dwelling basis, is it? Okay. 17 is to do with a noise risk assessment. Is that because of the sawmill or because of the road or? The road, is it? Okay. Oh, yes, I suppose yeah, okay. Number 18 is to do with an ecological management plan. 19 is to do with the play areas. Yeah. 20 is to do with the foul drainage works. 21 is to do with a wildlife management plan.
That's directly in response to the ecologist's most recent consultation response,
Okay.
specific recommendation.
I just wonder whether that could be wrapped up into 18, the landscape and ecological management plan, because there's a bit in that talks about measures for the protection and enhancement of protected species.
So what we're dealing with is a development that has gone to quite considerable extents to mitigate and compensate for impacts on ecology, which is why we have a landscape and ecological management plan, a wildlife management plan, and then, of course, within the Section 106 agreement, a biodiversity improvement plan, the BIP. We're content to have them separate. We, as a developer, prefer to have them together. It saves on paperwork and admin, but I don't think we have any particular issue either way.
Okay. The council have any particular view?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
I'm being guided by yourself if you so wish to combine them.
Well, I mean, obviously, if I combine them, I wouldn't lose anything from them. It just seemed, say, if you can reduce the number of conditions, I'm always keen to do that. But okay, all right. Well, I'll consider that if I need to cross that bridge. Number 22 is to do with the archaeology again. We had an archaeological one before, didn't we?
Yeah, I think you'll see a couple of archaeology and contamination where, because I believe the council has ordered these in terms of trigger, so we're now at preoccupation.
Oh, I
so
see.
Effectively, this is the sort of verification stage that if anything needs to be done in terms of archaeology and contamination, then it needs to be done prior to occupation.
Yes. Yeah, see, I must admit, I have this conflict with guidance, because I always think, instead of putting all the pre-commencement ones up first and then having other ones later, I would think it's better to have all them all together, really. Otherwise, a consultant's got to look through the whole document to pick out the ones that are relevant to them.
Which is how we used to do it, but we're asked to order them in this way now.
Yeah. I suppose at the end of the day, it doesn't matter too much where they are, does it, as long as they're there. But anyway, that's just my personal beef. So archaeological investigation is number 22. 23, landscaping, fine. Number 24 is contamination. Number 25 is to do with the travel plan. Number 26 is to prevent floodlighting, I guess on ecological grounds. Number 27, water and efficiency measures, a renewable energy statement. Okay. Number 28 is back to parking, giving dimensions for those. Okay. 29 is to do with the access points onto Millwood Lane and the bridleway. And number 30 is to do with the vehicle access to be laid out as shown on the drawings. Okay, I'm content with those. Anybody got any questions, problems with those? No. Fine, okay. So then, what does that bring us to? Oh, costs. Any applications for costs from the council? No. Fine, okay. Well, that brings us on to the site visit. Yes, I'm still minded to do it on my own. I don't think there's any reason to drag everybody along unless somebody's got a burning ambition to walk with me along the paths of Sussex. So yes, I'll do that on my own, and in which case I can close the hearing in the room. Before I do so, is there anything else anybody wants to let me know about?
So did you not want to hear sort of closing submission from the parties? I don't know what Mr. Mohammed has planned in that regard.
I don't normally with hearings, no.
Okay.
I don't think there's anything. Well, as I say, unless there's anything that I haven't heard already, I don't need a summary really.
No, I think that's right, and I'm content with that. It was just to, out of an abundance of caution, just to repeat again that our case is the bigger picture of what is in front of you in our statement of case, of the balance that has to take place.
Yeah.
Just view the very, I would say, residual issues and the bigger picture of what's being asked for in terms of building decisions. But I think you've got that.
Yeah. No, okay, fine. Anything else from this side? No. Okay, well, thank you very much, everybody. In that case, I will close the hearing and wish you a good afternoon. Thank you.